closed session. So welcome. Carlos, are we good? We've got sound rolling. Awesome, thank you. Just as a note, this meeting is being audio and video recorded. Housekeeping, restrooms are available during our session in the Gold Country meeting room, which is across the parking lot. So just over there. We're going to go ahead and do our closed session report out items during 4.1. And we will start with Clerk Duncan on item 3.2.
3.2. So for item 3.2 in closed session, we met with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, and we gave direction to that legal counsel to continue to move forward.
Item 3.3, conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. We discussed and gave unanimous direction to staff and counsel as well. Items 3.41 and 3.42 were held, and we will reach back to closed session after open session. Alrighty. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move forward with item 5, organization, welcome and pledge of allegiance. Clerk Duncan, will you please lead us in?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Go ahead and item 5.2, approval of agenda.
I'll second.
We have a first by Trustee Underwood, a second by Trustee Freeze. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. We have a public hearing at this time. For item 6.1, we said approximately 6:30. We're pretty close at, 5:35. It's 5:33 at this time. So we go ahead and begin item 6.1, public hearing for Placer Union High School District, a virtual charter academy, the LCAP, Local Control and Accountability Plan and proposed budget for 2025 to 2026.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is our annual review of the LCAP, and then we do have staff here to present any questions that you might have. Trent Wilson and Robert Lemon are here, as well as Sue to answer any questions you have regarding budget.
I did want to point out one thing in the beginning, just to be clear on the LCAP. Goal 2 obviously includes language about CE. We realize the board is going to be making some possible changes of our policy regarding that. In our work with Placer County Office of Ed, trying to determine what the best way to go about presenting at the time period, they said it would be best to make a change at the mid-cycle review, which will happen. Whatever you guys do as a board policy-wise will trump the LCAP wording, if it were.
Sure.
If we did it the other way, it would take considerable more steps to do it. We'd have to do another run through and hearing on it if we changed the wording now. So that was our recommendation, was to go with it and make the change after you guys take on whatever the board policy was, and bring it for new wording at the mid-cycle review.
And just for the record, what can you give us the timeline mid-cycle review?
The mid-cycle review typically happens in February. But like I said, the board policy, what's going to be the key factor,
Okay.
not the wording of the LCAP as much. Yep.
Okay. All righty. Any comments or questions regarding item 6.1? Okay. Item 6.2, notice of public hearing for Placer Union High School District initial proposal of California School Employees Association and its Placer Union High School District Chapter number 49, 2025 to 2026. And we're going to close the other one and open a new one. Alrighty. Do we have a staff report on the public hearing?
Yes, Madam President. So this is the initial proposal for Placer Union High School District for in our proposal for openers for negotiation with our CSEA partners.
Do we have any public comment or questions from the board? This time it looks like we're clear, so I'm going to go ahead and close that public hearing. Open another public hearing for item 6.33. This is the Sunshine Proposal of California School Employees Association, CSEA Chapter Number 444, initial proposal for the 2025 to 2026 school year, and it is 5:37. We just crushed that one. Good job, guys. Do we have any feedback or public comment on this item? Hearing none. We're going to close that hearing as well. All right. Let's go ahead and move to item 7. Pull up my notes here. All righty. Thank you so much for having that available. So we wanted to have an information discussion item regarding board policy 4000 concept of roles. And I want you to draw your attention to paragraph 3 and I'm read it out loud just for those who are not following along. It reads, superintendent has primary responsibility for overseeing the district's per system. To support this effort, the board shall approve a framework for sound hiring practices. The superintendent shall nominate all personnel for employment, and the board approve only those persons so recommended. So I just want to give a little bit of that. I'd like to throw it to our assistant superintendent over human resources. To provide a little bit of context regarding the framework, if please do so now.
Yes, Madam President. I feel like I'm really close today. Anyways, the work is based on, of course, all the education code, labor laws, both federal and state, Cal OSHA part in what we put into place for our employees, safety practice, those types of things. And then what we also have tried to adopt over the years is best practices. I mean, individuals, everything from screening of the individuals to all the way at the end of them and having appropriate paperwork and on process. So all of those pieces are a piece of the high process for PUHSD.
Thank you so much. So as we have dug into some recent events and reviewed policy and understanding the different roles of the superintendent and the board regarding person and hiring, we felt that it was important to review a framework and understanding that it's complicated and mostly dictated by state law or education code. And then the practices, but we hadn't had anything outlined, and so we kind of discussed that as we've been approaching some events. And so those conversations and a conversation with one other trustee, we felt like in order for us to provide proper feedback to approve a framework, that it would be beneficial for trustees to participate in hiring panel. And whether as an observer or panel, but to be offered consistently an invitation to sit in as we're creating some of this framework together, and so that we can adopt and approve a framework, because at this time I'm aware, other than what's in law, that the board has ever a framework. And so with that in mind, that's why I open up this discussion. We have different practices in place right now. We do have trustees involved in certain hiring panels at different levels, but just feel that it would be benefit for us to participate on some level so that we can, for the time being, and sort out what we think is working, and how we best that as the staff prepares a framework for us to approve for. Do you guys have any thoughts or feelings, one?
I agree with our perspective completely. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Want to turn on that phone, Trustee Lake? Trustee Underwood?
I'm good on this.
Okay.
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay, so at this time, we'll go ahead and this is an action item, so we'll direct staff to begin forming some type of framework that we can, down the line, approve, and then for the time being, that invitations will be extended to personnel hires for trustees on the panel to gather insight on what we feel is important for our framework.
May I ask a clarification? So for every CSA certificated, classified,
As you're saying,
maintenance,
all
of the above.
Just slightly over.
Just clarify.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great question. I think for the time being, how do you guys feel? All positions?
Yeah, the difficulty would be there. I mean, if we can't make it, we can't. But the invitation would be there.
Yeah, I feel good about that as well. Okay, I think we're in agreement. We'll just have an invitation extended. Whether or not trustee can be there, we shall see.
The other aspect of that is having more than two in one location.
Agreed. So I think just for purposes of making sure violating Brown Act and we don't have more than two board members in given space at any given time, would you guys agree that based on our trustee boundaries versus school districts are most close to us, those invitations would be extended first at the district office? Maybe it goes rotation, and if board member unable to attend, that maybe we invite another trustee to attend in their case. Is that all of that makes sense?
So trustee area, and then at the district office.
District
it would be
office,
rotation.
just a rotation.
Yeah. And or XPs too.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that too. Did you guys hear that? Or based on
Expertise.
expertise? I like that. Okay.
So I do have an additional
Please.
question.
Yeah.
So we're only talking about interviews? Because like I said, there's a whole process, including
Yes.
screening, all the that come even before we get to the interview panels. That
Question.
one, and then I want to circle back and clarify that the expertise part that would add a whole another dimension to invitation. So I just need some clarity on that.
I think we begin with boundaries
Yeah.
and then we go from there. But I agree. I think it's certainly not just a panel. It's the systems and the processes before and after. And I think that potentially, I'm not sure how you guys want to operate or
I think
invest
a
in.
simple system might be to send out an email to all the board, BCC, so that we're not responding back to everyone. And first, two board members or so that say they can attend that event, then they attend that event.
Okay,
Seems like it would be the easiest way to do
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Agreed.
that sounds good to me as well. Does that make sense, Elena?
Yes. What I heard say is that you want us to send an email to you guys, BC, and the first two reply get to be a part of the interview.
Geography get Trump's.
No, boundaries first, then. So am I? Those
I
are
guess
two
that's
different
competing.
things.
Yeah, no, that is getting. I would personally probably just because.
First come, first serve.
Yeah, it's a tough one.
Well, I think another thing to examine would be if we send it out to everybody, the district office, and one person says yes, another person says no. Then do we just work our way down till we get to? Is the expectation that two need to be part of it, or
No.
one satisfy the?
I think
yeah.
even if zero can attend, I think it's just about the attention.
So start with boundaries.
Let's start with the boundaries district office. Let's do first come first serve, and if none are able, and I think this is an interim as we're gathering some information and we figure out what we need in order to approve a framework.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and move to item 8, reports and communications. This is time for our board reports. This time is a lot of members of the board to conduct discussion on events in which they participated and correspondence with the district programs which they would like to share. Do I have any volunteers to start us?
Volunteer.
All right, thank you.
So I was able to attend last week the My Mutual Charter Academy graduation as well as the Colfax's graduation. and both of those events went out really, really well. It's always really nice to see that those culminating events that are really special for those students that are participating. So I thought both went really well, and I was excited to participate.
Yeah.
Okay. It's only been a couple weeks, so
Yeah.
but we've done a lot. For all, Plat School for Adults graduation. See Steve in the crowd. Well, that was a really cool experience. I got to hear some pretty cool stories, and I wish I could hear more because everybody on that stage had a very interesting story and a very interesting journey. And when I was walking back to my car, I had a chance to meet one of those students, and she was the student who had a family carpet cleaning business, and she was so awesome. The light in her eye, you can tell she was so excited for what was next, and the accomplishment that she had that she'd achieved. Steve, great job. It was wonderful to be part of it, and thank you for the invitation. DO graduation. It's my first DO graduation. Actually, I had a graduate, Anastasia, who's a Ukrainian girl that's been living with us for nearly 3 years. And I had the chance to, I didn't realize I was going to be handing out diplomas until closer to that week, which was a cool experience. Nick did a fantastic job for graduations. Will be forever remembered. So 8 stories. So I thought that was pretty cool. And it was really cool just see kids that I knew and be able to hand them that diploma. What a cool experience that was. And then later that night, I went to DO grad night and volunteered there. And just a shout out to the DO Parent Club. They're just awesome. And Edwards, I know there's a lot of people. She helped me get connected there, and just there's so many people doing that. Lindsay, there's just amazing amount of people putting in their time and effort to support these kids, and they had a great time. So I didn't stay till 3 a.m. though, but it was fun. So,
Trustee.
Hi everyone. I was able to attend the Mighty graduation and the Confluence graduation. I've never. It was the first time I've seen the student giving the address. She actually did an interpretive dance instead of a formal speech. And she had a narrator kind of read her message while she performed this dance, which was it was really cool, and it kind of speaks to the fit of that program, where it gives the ability to pursue their interest in their education. If you could have felt the energy in the room for the Confluence group, it was impressive. It was like, man, I felt like I was at a concert. At some point, it was very loud and tons of energy, and I loved it. I loved being a part of that. And I attended the Forest Hill graduation, and there was 47 graduates. And because it was a smaller group, each student was to have a narrative of hiding their teachers and the offering gratitude and thanks for those that helped them. So I thought that was very well done. And other than the staring in the east sun, like dead on, I didn't know what to expect, and so I didn't have sunglasses either. So it was warm. It was awesome. I'm still kind of learning the position, and I'm grateful for the experience. And I feel like the district is heading in the right direction. To reiterate remarks from last time, I'm very excited for Mr. Malley to begin with our district and to see what that transition is going to look like. I'm grateful for Dr. Cavanetti for his support through that process. I think it's going to be great. I do. I think at each site he'll be well received. So we're also pursuing. We're looking to this this AI math tutor. Just to reiterate, I've made comment about the ALEC system. My perception is that it's not being utilized to its full capacity, and as a result, most students are not a fan of the ALEC system. Most teachers aren't a fan. There are a few teachers who have really done work to draw out the capabilities of the system, and if that can be shared with other teachers, then that you could find some real headway there progress. And so you guys are aware, in observing math students in different places in the district, a lot of them are already using AI on phones. They take a picture of a math problem, and an app on their phone will spit out step by step how to solve problems. The problem is a lot of these students are not learning because they're getting the answers. They're able to regurgitate these answers, and they might even be able to regurgitate it on a test. It also helps facilitate if teachers are more likely to allow cell phones in the classroom, then students are using these to to get by, but are they learning? The difference with an intuitive AI tutor is it will be able to, without directly answering the question, help them understand the why and the building block, and at their own pace and at their own time. And so, though there are some major benefits, it is the direction. And I'm well aware that technology is not the answer to everything, but the foreseeable future, it's already here, and more if you are paying attention to the direction that education is going. More and more AI is being utilized. So it'd be nice to we should engage in this trial. So we'll be working on that number to see if to look at that and put that together. That's all I got.
Super. Trustee Lake, Trustee Underwood, would you like to go or? Oop, you turn on. Will you please turn on your mic?
Most exciting.
Thank you.
The most exciting is the graduation. You can see the success stories of kids, and you can see their eyes bright, and they're back straight, and where they're getting a great payoff. And so this graduation I went to, and compliments to Principal Steve. He did a great job. I love Placer School adults. I love seeing adults have the commitment and the discipline out there working, and all these issues going on in their lives succeed. And I'm the featured speaker that talked about speaking no English. She came, and here she was, and working full time, and getting her graduation. And excellent speaker, by the way, English, her grammar. And it's very impressive, and I love seeing people with the belief that life is a continual process of education. It never stops. When you see adults, wanting to achieve that goal and work hard, it just warms my heart. And second, graduate I went to is usually always my favorite. Is Confluence, because Confluence is such a wonderful community, and when you take a look at these people coming from so many life stories of either neglect or abuse or drugs or lack of love, getting together and creating their own family. I really feel that this is our family here, and that does in giving them support and encouragement and success. It's just wonderful. I think it's best. Things the district has done in my 10 years on the board, seeing these students that are highly at risk, finding themselves, finding their family, finding their community, succeeding, support each other. It's wonderful. And green and gold has been my work. I was classroom for 39 years, and I love teaching and calling. I love Placer High School. and going to Plaster High School graduation is always special for me. Although everyone's gone by now, all the teachers, you know, it's wonderful to see. And sitting on the football field with my jacket on, it was kind of warm. I'm looking. I'm excited at the and the first thing that I noticed, there were no volleyballs. This is the first question I've gone to where there wasn't one volleyball in the air. I didn't see a volleyball. Well run. I love the breakfast menu that you did. I really did. I took it to heart. How working in the kitchen is like a process of education, of giving and loving and connecting, and that was a wonderful metaphor. At least it resonated with me. So I'm sitting there and I'm looking at all our valedictorians at Placer. I've seen so many. It was wonderful. It must have been many valedictorians. How many were there, Jamie? Do you remember? 15. Anyways, it was wonderful in their speeches. And then I had a lesson that I learned for the first time in life. You never know when something's going to happen. It's going to happen. You never know. We none of us know. And so I'm standing there, shaking hands, and all of a sudden my eyes started watering, and whoa, taken out by sauces. And all of a sudden my legs started getting a little weaker. I'm going, this is crazy. And then my vision started getting narrowed and focused, and I felt. I've never known this. Athletics has been my life. I'm going, what's going on here? And then all of a sudden I fell, a heat stroke. So it's not the time or anticipated that. All of a sudden laying on the ground in the middle of graduation was still coming to shake, so I could shake their hand. And compliments to the first responders. It cooled me down and got through it. I wish I could have seen it. Whole graduation, and because I really enjoy that. So statement about this board, this working really hard. You know, I give compliments to especially Emersonite, some of your insights and time that you spend in reading documents and so on. I appreciate that. So thank you very much. So I think this is a working board. And I like that. So I guess that's it. But it was a special time because we are still in transition right now, and we've got a big issue tonight on grade we're going to be discussing, and that's something very dear to my heart. And I have a lot of issues and concerns and thoughts on that. So we're a good district, and everyone is. I think working hard to make it even better. So thank you.
Thanks so much. And I probably just say ditto, move on. So, but same sentiments. This is just an awesome time of year to celebrate our kids and their accomplishment. And I think that came to me like throughout, especially that really had to grind it out, and the kids that just went above and beyond to act. Courses that I wouldn't have taken when in high school or otherwise, and these kids but the word that kept coming to me was hope, and we provide a lot of through our schools, where it's a Placer School for adults, and as Trustee Duncan mentioned, I mean it's incredible. Everyone had an amazing story. Whether it's at the inmate graduation, they all have a story, and it's beautiful. It's just a beautiful, beautiful time. So much of what we do is a lot of reading or dealing with things that may not always be fun. When I'm at the school site or at a graduation, this is why I'm on the board. This is like the best, to get to celebrate and connect. But it's a privilege to serve. And so, again, I attended a Placer for adult graduation. Again, kudos to the staff. Kudos to all of our staff, whether I was at your graduation or not. You're crushing it. There's so many wonderful things going on in our district right now. Sat on a state seal of civic engagement interview panel. This is the first year that our district has launched this program. We had 7 students apply and earn this. And shout out to Forrest Hill, who took the with 3, and our smallest school in the district, they had the most kids that won that state seal. And the projects ranged being a student board member, Del Oro, to a mural in Colfax, and a blood drive, to start a political service club. And one student even wrote an alma mater. Just really cool stuff. These kids they're active, and they're giving back to their community, and that's really what civic engagement is all about. See need, fill the need, and proud of them. And I believe it's the only state seal of civic engagement in our county that maybe ever. Is that right, Robert? 1 in 3 years. Well, we just crushed that. Okay, good job, Robert, and team and kids, and hope more people will apply next year. I sat on the Placer Assistant Principal interview panel, attended the inmate graduation, which I love so much. And for the first year ever, I attended the tall aging out ceremony. So our transition to adult living, so our special education students that we get to enjoy and keep. Alicia runs an incredible program. It was a really celebration. And they had yearbooks, and Alicia handed me a yearbook. And I'm like, are you sure? Like, there's somebody else that probably, needs that or deserves it. She goes, no, I have an extra. And I had the coolest pictures drawn in from the kids. They signed my yearbook from tall. I just felt so special and super fun. I've been on SBA gets calls, board president calls, a Treasurer G meeting. Just a side note, any business owners in Auburn, we're still looking for a business owner to fulfill that category for our committee GG. And so if you're interested, please call our Assistant Superintendent, Peter E., or contact the board and we'll direct you in the right direction. He would be your contact for that. Also attend the Influence West end of year event. Again, staff are wonderful. And that's a family over there too. The Compses do it right. They love those kids and support those kids in such incredible ways. And they're accomplishing things I believe they never thought they would otherwise. Maidu Virtual Charter Academy. Thank you for highlighting the dance. I was going to do that. Won't, but that was super cool. Nobody's coming, and she's so brave to just start dancing in front of all peers and a full packed house. It was beautiful and heartfelt. And when I had the pleasure of handing her diploma, like she was just lit. I just love the opportunity to see our students shine. It was super cool and emotional. Placer graduation. I for a 3rd year consecutive, I've been at Placer. My son graduated last year, and I also had a son graduate this year. And again, always such a privilege. And Dave, that was scary, and I'm so glad you're okay.
It's scary.
Staff immediately, hunkered down. We had, one of the APs run into the, first responder, and everybody gathered around. And I was proud of the team to just, and diploma a beat. Our counselor Adrian Hernandez just stepped right in there, smiley, calm, and it never stopped. And once David was doing better, I went back to the table. Yeah, and one of the kids came to the house for a graduation party, and she goes, I didn't get to shake your hand. I was there when everything, went sideways. And I go, will you shake my hand now? Super proud of these kids. We've got wonderful kids in our community. So last night I serve on the county committee as well, and that the body that approves maps in the area trustee boundary and school district boundary, and we review our bylaws. Interested parties may want to hear a handbook is being drafted, so that as future districts are going through the process that we went through for the by trustee area, that in addition to their maps and obviously abiding by all the laws, that they know exactly what we want to see when it comes to us, because we have noted a pattern recently that would improve their recommended maps. So that is all on my board report. We're going to go ahead to item 8.2, ad hoc committee. Things going with board policy right now, one of which we pulled electronic communications. Any feedback on that yet? Not yet. Okay. And we formed another ad hoc to audit and go through our policies, but as you heard, been a busy month. So we'll pick it back up here shortly. All right, superintendent or acting superintendent, a report to the board. Item 3, Dr. Caminetti.
Thank you. Just a couple. First of all, again, just congratulations to our principals. I remember being in their shoes and that day of graduation being done and taking a really long nap, and then you get up on Monday morning and you start all over again. So I know they've been busy at work in prep for next year, but each of those ceremonies met the community needs and honoring our students on a very, very hot day. And I think that they effort to get through as fast as possibly could, and still recognizing kids. So yesterday, a handful of us were down at PCOE with capital advisors on the budget update. As not a surprise, they weren't handing out $1 million bills to school districts. So we are still watching that and following along with the final date come June, July. And so there'll be more information on that provided by our business office. Next, we have our annual admin summit for all of our principals and assistant principals and office staff, directors of professional development, leadership training, forecast planning. Trent's giving us a lot of homework on a book that we're supposed to be reading. Just a great time to gather together. We have made some pretty drastic changes in terms of just based on budgetary constraint. We're meeting one day at the LMAC. Bring your own food, and a great time to connect each of our leaders for next year. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much. As you were mentioning, our staff. Sometimes we don't talk about all our facilities and other people that, are the ninjas of the district who just sneak in and sneak out and hold down on the fort. And I just wanted to give a shout to all of you, like secret heroes that for our district. It's so much work. It's so much work, and we value you. And I know you're not always getting kudos, but our campuses are beautiful and they're safe because of all the wonderful people there.
It's a great reminder. Special to Don Manning. Plaster got hit pretty hard by vandalism on graduation day practice, and the team came in force and got it spick and span. Most folks we even have noticed. So thank you, Don, and your team.
Awesome. All right, we're going to move to item 8 Board Associated Teachers of Plaster, CTA, NEA, APP, President's Report. Do we have a report this evening? Okay, thank you. She told me you were coming, Chris. Welcome. All righty, we'll go ahead and move to item 9. Oh, side note while we're here. So Mr. Siebel's wife was my son's kindergarten teacher, and so as we were partying and celebrating, I had all these pictures that your wife took kindergarten year, and it was so awesome. So this family, the Siebel's family, so much beautiful work in this area, and I value. I got to have all these gems from your sweet wife. So yeah, please do. Okay, item 9, consent agenda.
I would like to 3 and 7.
All right, pulling item 3 and 7. Do we have any other changes or a motion?
Move to.
We have a first by Steve Underwood and a second by Steve Lake. Oh, excuse me, Duncan and Lake. First motion by Duncan, second by Lake, to add to a consent agenda item, moving items 3 and 7 out. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Motion passes unanimously. Item 3, district warrants. Steve Jeffries.
Yes, if we get the report from. Thank you. There we go. If we can pull up the report from 29th. I just had one question in there. If you can scroll down. Where is that? Sorry, I'm trying to remember where it was. There was a fee for legal services, and I was curious what those services in general were for.
Saw that. That was for,
They were really substantial.
yeah, a little more than 10,000. It was a law of Natasha Washington.
Where It's on the wrong one. Okay.
It's on page one.
One. Correct. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, page
Is that
one,
correct?
about almost 2/3 of the way down.
Sorry, I had the wrong document. So I'm just curious, in general terms, what services they provided.
Law offices of Natasha, Washington.
Read the same for page 2.
Page one.
Let's double check that here.
Checks dated 5/29/25.
Other attachments.
That's a reimbursement? Reimbursement to a special ed settlement. And so for the settlement, we pay the family's attorney fees.
Noted.
So that's what that is.
Thank you.
Item and
So as I'm looking at this request for renewal for legal services with this particular attorney's firm, I want to reiterate, this district spends a ton of money on legal fees, almost to the point where if the board could get some information about what these legal fees are being used for, and there's so much, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, that it sounded that would be impractical for the board to understand exactly what all these legal fees are for. So that's why it was put so that President Spade would be the one that would actually have that information. So I'm concerned about how much we're actually spending on legal fees, because we're spending a lot of money on legal fees. And then to look at this agreement, and they're wanting to raise their rates on us. Our income is not improving in this situation in the district. Why would we approve, their rates increased for this particular law firm? That does not make sense to me. I would urge the board to vote no on reapproving this firm.
for context, could we so different firms I will give you a brief. Different firms are charging us different hourly rates depending on what we're dealing with. Historically, I believe Courier and Hudson has our lowest
Cheapest.
cheap brutal. Could you give us just kind of a brief, what we're paying potentially some of our others, and it's negotiable. I mean, I guess that's the other question in order to keep them.
Currently, Hudson is what ed services use often for discipline, special ed, specifically those two areas where we do most of our work. There's some others, but it's a challenge. Jeremy, I wish we didn't have to call them so often. But the litigious nature of our culture right now and the things that happen, we're trying to protect our liability of the district if we make a misstep in some of the claims that are being made, whether to the state, whether to the federal authorities and other things like that. There's a lot, and some students, some of the issues, they get their own legal representation. So we're trying to make sure that we're not doing anything correct in the law and following the law. So we spend a lot of time when those questions come up, making sure that we are following the right practice that would prevent us from having a bigger issue in the long run. So some of these issues, nothing's ever black and white, especially in the discipline area and some of the other pieces where it takes, you have to walk through and figure out exactly what right course of action and make sure that you're giving due process and all those things. It's very specific kinds of information that, and we get to legal realm, it's hard for us not to and feel like we're not going to cost the district their side of a potential lawsuit. So it's essentially what we spend a lot of our time talking to those leaders about.
So if our district is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars every year in fact this agreement is for not to see $200,000 for the next year, just for this one law firm. Wouldn't it be a lot cheaper to just hire an attorney and have the attorney work for the district?
Well, the only with that is that, like one of the examples that's on our DWK is an attorney we also I use for construction. A lot of those litigation matters. Courier Hudson would not be able to provide that service when it comes to counsel, things like that.
Even if we're just looking at service that Courier and Hudson is provided, even if we're just looking at, wouldn't it be cheaper to hire an attorney and have our attorney in-house working full time for us to answer these questions you guys have?
Some districts do have district counsel, the pretty large districts. So I don't know what that going rate of hiring a full-time lawyer would be for the district. But again, I think it all depends on some years there's a lot more issues than there are in other years. So
I'm just coming from the perspective that every single dollar that we can save at our level is going to go right back to those kids in the classroom. And if we're about all the difficulty talked about a while back with master scheduling at Delaware, and they were talking about $14,000 per section. If we could save $14,000, then that's a whole other section that could be added. That group of kids, right? So every dollar that we save is actually going to help the kids in the classroom. That's the perspective I'm from, and I don't agree with paying this law firm even more than we're already paying them.
I don't disagree with the comment that we don't want to pay lawyers all the money that we're paying by any means. I mean, we'd rather be able to settle those, but I don't know if you've seen some of the recent suits and money that have been paid out by districts to families and other things that have not done something according to the law is in the millions of dollars. So I think that would be our fear as staff of not making that right decision if the board does still pursue looking at the cost of a lawyer for on-staff staff. I think that's something that Mr. O'Malley and us we could work through and see if that's a better option.
Investigate.
Trent, I have a question. If how much are we leaning on our full DA, Placer County DA? Not at all. I've had a conversation with she's the district attorney for Placer County, and she's actually interested in kind of meeting with the district to see if there's a way that they can. I mean, I totally 100% agree. You guys are in a very difficult position negotiating with challenging cases in the district, and it's not like we're all trained professionals on how to negotiate with disputes, but we can lean on the on the county, and they've actually offered. So I think it's worth a conversation and to see if there's a possibility there, collaborating with them to see if they could kind of load a little bit, whether it's offering coaching or having a better understanding when lean on the county versus have to take this all head on and hire attorneys. It's a thought, so I think it's worth looking into it.
Yeah, I mean, if you have name and contact,
Mary White.
Okay, figure out how that would work.
Yeah. Happy to look into that.
Yeah, some type of just an ROI. It was like, well, what has our volume? Do we anticipate that volume to continue to trend either neutral or up?
I've been trying it and sharing it with President Space whenever staff reaching out. It does become fairly cumbersome as it's every email, every conversation, multiple times a day, multiple cases, and so it's a heavy load. I don't know if all of those are considered billable hours, putting them in there. Yeah. So staff is tracking that so you're able to see it as a document, just trying to see how often that's happening.
Can you give us a ballpark, Steve, as of this point in the year? We're in June. We're halfway through the year. How much money have we so far on the attorney's fees just this year? Just
I'll defer to Sue
all of the
Peter.
attorneys. Man, I don't know.
Well, for me, it's hard to predict because DWK, there are some things like, example, with PG&E reimburse. So you'd see the money on here, but the reimbursement would be later. But I mean, I just think in one case, I can come back and get more of a figure, but I'd say well $300,000 to $400,000 because the case alone right here costs us 80 and 90, just one. And so without going into detail or confidentiality, is a lot more in the past without divulging like words. I'm personally going to say it's not. We're not asking for it.
Yeah.
And you mentioned going with the A because we've reached. This doesn't even count the attorneys who are working through SIG,
Yep.
who work and are paid through that way. We're not even seeing money that way. And realizing that these things, according to law, are investigated and ends up going in favor, but then something else comes up. And so I don't know. 5, 6, 8 times before somebody outside steps in and says stop. But we are told every time we have to keep what we're doing, and that costs money, unfortunately.
Well, speaking of cost and money, we'll go again at this referral. Look, basically, they want to raise their rates by $25 an hour for the legal fees. At the same time, when we're telling them teachers, you're not raised at all. You're getting 0 raise, right? Potentially for some time to come.
Yeah, I agree that I'd rather not. And we spend time as a team looking through to see if we actually need legal counsel on things. But as I think was mentioned earlier, some of the complexities of ed code, complexities of civil rights, all of the different statutes, federal and state, we just aren't experts in all of those pieces. And especially when there's another, the representative for the other side. We just want to put ourselves in a situation where we're in a $5 million, $6 million lawsuit or something like that. So we would definitely love it if we didn't have to contact our lawyers.
Mr. Jeffries, I appreciate you pulling this for us to have this conversation. And you and I have talked about attorneys' fees and asked, and we've been kind of piloting a system where the staff has been inputting all this time and Eddie mentioned, and I agree. I think they're egregious. As we went through the board, preparation for the meeting, we discussed it. We're like a really high now, and it's not ideal. I'm wondering if while we're looking at potential alternative options or supports, obviously we've worked with Courier and Hudson for a very long time. Can we challenge it and say, we just don't have an extra $25 an hour for you. We have X amount of billable hours per year. Is there any chance you would stay at your rate right now? We're not in a position to renegotiate. I have this gut feeling you're still going to want to get paid, and maybe they're going to give us a little rope, for the time being. Do you think it's possible?
I don't know, but I think right now what I'm going to be looking at is reaching out to some of my colleagues at other districts to where they're at in terms of their legal fees and what kind of they're doing, because I'm certain it's not just us.
Oh, I'm sure.
But we get an idea, a ballpark of what some other and I have heard of school sites having legal counsel and see what those costs are.
I know that CSBA has their Legal Alliance group that, so we were part of the CSBA membership, and that I believe it's at a lesser rate to get recommendations from CSBA. My only concern with hesitating approving this contract. So if we not approve this tonight, it expires, and so we could not contact them from today forward. When does the contract expire?
I believe it's June 30th, Peter? Sue?
We have another meeting on June 17th. Is there a way to have a conversation with them and just try to renegotiate that for the time being? What are your things on that, guys?
The one last thing I would say with Courier and Hun, we do work with them. They have a lot of institutional knowledge.
Sure.
Of who we are and what in the past and all of the things. So it's nice to have that ability to know who they are and what's going on. But we could certainly reach out.
Yeah, let's have aim to keep them per what you just said. Let's just negotiate.
It's okay with that?
The question was asked about hiring legal counsel in-house. San Juan Unified pays their legal counsel $60,000 a year. 245 days of work.
And that's how many days of work?
Well, 245.
245.
So almost our normal, without no benefits, not including the benefits.
but realistic
Right now,
potentially.
we have a, that's not an employee, so what sees, that's all you pay hour, pay anything else with it.
Right.
And
Realistically,
204
when we're paying almost, at this point, maybe 400,000, and I realize expertise
But this
plays a
general
role.
counsel, like we hired one for this, there's other counsel that we hire for other things.
Right,
So,
no, I
you know,
understand
you can find a general counsel who can do special ed, law and counseling, construction, labor
Plans,
dispute.
policy,
That'd be-
employee.
But we just tackled one issue, like which areas do we most need in, as far as legal services go, and look for someone in that area, where there's spices in that area that could save us, ultimately, we should look at
I like
this as a potential cost saving measure.
Yeah.
And do the math, talk to some people, do the math, figure out how this could save us fiscally, right? Because we're going into some fiscal time in the next couple of years where we're going to be needing to scrape pennies together. And again, I just don't do that. I don't feel like this is the time to be raising the amount of money that we're actually paying for our attorney's fees
Could look at a partner too with a neighboring district.
Yeah.
or partnerships.
We split one.
I do think to
between us
Peter's
and Roseville Joint.
I think to Peter's point, though, I think it is important to look at the totality of the ROI, that if we did have an in-house counsel, there would be times that they'd have to call out
level of
for help,
expertise.
right? Yeah. And so that should be taken into account as well.
Well, I'm interested in gathering information. You guys are if we're in agreement to direct staff to look into what our alternatives might be, and for the time being to table item and see if we can get them to set their hourly rate for the time being.
Well, I know staff would appreciate having an attorney go right next door and
Isn't that
speak
fun?
immediately, but, and sorry to interject, but did we get a vote on point 3?
Excellent question. I don't think we did.
No, we did not.
Okay,
Well, we'll just serve, right.
sorry.
Okay. No, thank you. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and table 7 and direct staff to gather some more information about our legal options, legal counsel. And then we should be back about the Courier Hudson at our next board meeting. Let's move back item 9.3. Do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Motion by trustee Jeffries and a second by trustee Duncan. Do we have any further comment on that item? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you for bringing that to our, and I think that was a wise move. Appreciate you. Okay. Action items. Item 10.1, certificated person report number 11/2025.
Yes, Madam President. So I think I might have the shortest one of the year, sir. Obviously, our teachers are still working at doing training for dual enrollment, and we have some movement within the district. And again, we do have a couple of retirees of long-standing employees within Union High School District, both Pollyanna Redmond, Jesse Weinberger. We do want to thank them for their service to the district. We appreciate it and wish them the best in retirement. On behalf of the superintendent, I would recommend approval of the certificated personnel order.
I move approval.
We have a motion by trustee Underwood.
I'll second.
Second trustee Jeffries. Any comments? Questions? All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 10.2, classified personnel report number 11/24/25.
Yes, Madam President. On this personnel report, we have quite a few instructional assistants for our extended school year, special education students, as well as all the summer activities that are going on. We're always excited to see all those activities and our students getting busy. Our volunteers, always want to thank them for their services, and we do have some resignations of some long-term employees as well. We do understand Laura Zepkar is going up the road a little bit to Placer, as well as appreciate the retirement of Eileen Brown Garcia and the resignation of Akala. We appreciate their service to our district. On the behalf of this acting superintendent, I recommend approval of the classified personnel report.
All right, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by trustee Duncan, second by trustee Jeffries. Any comments or questions? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All those?
Sorry.
Motion to pass unanimously. Item 10.33, side letter of agreement between the PUHSD and Associated Teachers of Placer, ATP, regarding hiring a full-time employee at MVCA, Virtual Charter Academy.
Yes, President. We are in the midst of negotiations with our ATP partners, and excuse me, there is language in the CBA that limits our ability to replace a personalized learning learning program individual with a part-time person only. And our partners came with an agreement with us to change that language for the service of students, and the financial is that Mighty Virtual Charter Academy can't afford to do this. They have their own separate financial stream. So therefore, we went into agreement, and this is the result of that agreement to allow MVCA to hire a full-time replacement for Anna. So on the behalf of the acting superintendent, I would recommend the approval of the MOU or the letter.
Thank you.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by Trustee Underwood and a second by Trustee Duncan. Do we have any comments or questions? I just want to say thank you to the TP with bargaining still open. I appreciate you guys being willing to fill this role. It's important to have some place for Mighty Virtual Charter Academy, so thank you. Right. Hearing no others, all in favor say
Aye.
Aye.
aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimous. Item 10.4, Memorandum of Understanding, OU, between the PUHSD and the County School Employees Association, CESE, addressing non-discrimination with driver's licenses, MOU between the PUHSD and NCA, which addresses updated job descriptions within the driver's license requirement, removed by SB 1100.
Thank you, Madam President. As you can see, this has been a long time for it to be ratified. This SB 1100 was signed to law quite a while, and we've been working with our partners to do this. We went through all of our job descriptions, both certificated and classified. If it didn't require the requirements for a driver's license, we have been removed that language. We also have a certificated one on agenda as well today. And these are the positions that needed that language removed, and our partners agreed and it ratified. So on behalf of the acting superintendent, I would recommend the approval of this MOU with our CSCSE partners.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
And second.
We have a motion by Trustee Lake and a second by Trustee Jeffries. Any comments or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All hearing none, motion passes. Item 10.5, updated job description for the intervention leader, similar to the last one, due to up with SB 1100.
Yes. Same in the sense that we were just remove that piece of the driver's license from this job description. And we're waiting to all on the same board agenda at the same time. So the only change is moving that driver's license as per the law, SB 1100.
Thank you.
Move to approve.
Perfect. Trustee Jeffries. We have a
Okay.
Trustee Jeffries, and tie goes to Lake on that. Who approved the up job description for the intervention coordinator, item 10.5. Any questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed? The motion passed unanimously. 10.6, Placer Union High School District initial proposal to California School Employees Association and its Placer Union High School District Chapter number 449, 2025 to 2026, pursuant to Government Code Section 5447. The Placer Union High District hereby presents its initial proposal for the 2025 to 26 school year.
Thank you, Madam President. These are our proposals for negotiation for reopeners. We went through our correct. We looked at language that needed to be updated based on one holiday of Juneteenth being added as a legal holiday to the state, as well as looking at what the leave area. That article was brought out. Our administrators and managers as areas that be improved on. And the salary and benefits were automatic reopeners.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Move approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion trustee Underwood and a second by trustee Jeffries to approve item 10 points. Any questions or comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 10.7, Sunshine Proposal of California School Employees Association, CA Chapter Number 49, initial proposal for the 2025-2026 school year. Initial proposal from the California School Employees Association and its Placer Union Chapter Number 449 to the Placer Union High School District for the 2025 to 2026 school year.
Thank you, Madam President. These are their requested reopeners. Both allowed 2 articles include, and then additionally benefits and salary were automatic reopeners.
Great. Do I have a motion?
Approve?
Second.
A motion by trustee Jeffries and a second by trustee Underwood to approve item 10.7, Sunshine Proposal of CSEA Chapter 449. Any questions or comments? Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 10.8, installation of the new PA intercom bell system for the Placer High School. Staff recommends purchase and installation of a new PA intercom bell system for Placer High School.
Yes, Madam President, as mentioned, facility reports, and so we've been, I say we, myself, school sites, the IT team, and maintenance have been looking into this for the last almost 2 years. Started with about 5 groups, got down to 2. We're recommending Team 1, mostly because of the cost. No pun intended. We were looking for bells and whistles. We were looking for reliability, something that works with our current systems. We'll improve our safety systems, and we'll work more in conjunction with actually the phone systems. We're updating all the phone systems at the school sites. Delaware for still, and I do believe Colfax schools will be getting phone summer, so that the phones and the intercom systems will be and working seamlessly. And on behalf of the superintendent, recommend approval.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion by trustee Underwood, second by trustee Deacon, to item 10.8. Do we have any questions or comments on this item?
Yeah, so, Peter, so this is for Placer High. I know Colfax is having the same issue. Are we still working with trying to figure that one out?
Yeah. We actually installed speakers because the beauty of the system, it works with the Cat 6 lines that we installed cameras. And when we did the surveillance cameras, we specifically ran two lines to each location, knowing we would need them again. And so for a very minimal amount, about 10 grand, we were able to put 10 speakers in areas to help out temporarily. We do have a big Colfax that came in about, I don't know the number, 74, but we don't have the wire yet because it does require wiring to all the classrooms, similar to what you see. Well, similar exactly what you'll see for Placer. So I wasn't able to buy Colfax on the same time. The beauty also working with this company, they work after hours. They don't consider that overtime. That's just part of you. So we'll install classroom time. But my intent to have the Colfax one at the June 7th meeting, awesome. And then August we'll see Delaware and Warstill.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Any other questions? I know that this has taken a couple of years to get all the ducks in a row here, and I really do appreciate it. This has been a safety concern of mine at all our campuses, especially with self policies, and we're hoping that they're put away, or even better if they weren't there at all. That they'll have a way for our staff to get, especially in emergencies. So I appreciate you guys putting that in. I know it was a
I do want a little shout out to Carlos, his team, and also Chastity, who have me in a very professional way in regards to the things that are happening on our campus.
Good.
But no, in all honesty, it was very good. And also, another we picked Team 1 is they were the ones who said, hey, if you have Cat 6 lines, we can put us, and they were able to do this on temporary. Must I say temporary? We'll add on what they've done. But so it wasn't a full-on fit, but at least it provided them the intercom system they did not have, where at least on the outside is specific, so at least could do an alert or have the bells work. So it wasn't perfect, but better. Peter's comment, we'll have to wait till we get approved summer, but this group, Carlos, and they found a way to do something temporarily. So.
Right. Awesome. Thank you, Carlos, and everybody had a hand in one, and we look forward to approving Colfax's in 2 weeks. All right. We have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Item 10.9, meeting schedule of the PUHSD Board of Ds 2025 to 2026. Pursuant to Board Bylaw 930, the board meeting schedule for the upcoming 2025 to 26 school year is before the board for approval, following a review and discussion of the dates at the May 2025 regular board meeting. So the schedule is before you on your screen right now. Do we have any potential conflicts, or are we looking good?
What are the two special board study sessions for?
In the past, the fall has been instructional related usually, and spring is facilities. Or did I get those flip flopped? I think that right. Facilities related. So, but that's been past practice. Whatever those board workshops are. Sometimes it's a facilitator's in. Sometimes it's board governance. It's just a place.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
We have a motion by trustees. Second by trustee Duncan to approve item 10.9, our meeting schedule for the PUHSD Board of Trustees for 2025-2026. Any further comment, questions, discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes as unanimous. Item 10.10. Resolution number 182425, supporting Title IX and fairness in girls interscholastic sports. Title IX passed as a landmark federal law intended to eliminate discriminatory practices based on sex and education institutions receive federal funding in such areas of admission, academics, athletics, and facilities. In sports, Title IX particularly significant as it addressed the disparity in athletic opportunities between men to ensure that women had the same opportunities as men to participate, compete, and succeed in educational and athletic programs. Title IX acknowledged that while there was an inherent biological differences, those differences did not translate to unequal treatment or lack of access. The goal was to dismantle barriers that kept women from reaching their full potential in sports and other educational pursuits, and to ensure that both male and female athletic programs have equitable access to opportunities, funding, facilities, and resources. The original purpose of Title IX was never about ensuring that men couldn't compete against women, but to ensure that women had equal opportunities in sports. It remains a significant core value in advocating for women's rights in education and athletics, and as such should be carried out in original intent. This policy this resolution is being brought forward by both myself and Board Clerk Tom Duncan. And I'm assuming we're gonna have a conversation on it. Would you like me to read the resolution this time? Resolution number 182425 in the matter of supporting Title IX and fair and girls sports interscholastic sports. Whereas the Placer Union High School District, PUHSD, is committed to upholding fairness, safety, and equal opportunities for all student athletes. And whereas Title IX of Federal Education Amendments of 1972 was enacted to prohibit sex-based discrimination in an education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance, ensuring that female athletes have equal opportunities to compete and excel in sports. And whereas Title IX has played a critical role expanding opportunity for female athletes, promoting fair competition, and increasing access to scholarship and other athletic advancements. And whereas biological differences between male and female athletes can create inherent advantages in competitive sports, particularly in categories designated specifically for girls. And whereas the California Interscholastic Federation, CIF, is responsible for governing interscholastic athletics and must ensure that policies align with the principles of equal opportunity outlined in Title IX, and whereas protecting the integrity of girls' sports is essential to maintaining an even playing field for female athletes and preserving the intent of Title IX. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Placer Union High School District affirms its unwavering support for Title IX and calls on athletic governing bodies to uphold its protections by ensuring fairness in girls' sports. And be it further resolved that copies of this resolution will be forwarded to the Governor of California, the California State Legislature, and then the California Department of Education and the California Interscholastic Federation to demonstrate PUHSD's commitment to protecting female student athletes. Be it further resolved that staff council are directed to investigate the district's compliance, and I'm going to double check because I've got my slightly amended version. Go ahead and start that stanza again. Further resolved that staff council are directed to investigate the district compliance with Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972 and the equal protection basis of sex in athletics and physical education, and provide a report of their findings. With that being said, I certainly have some thoughts on this, but I'd like to open it up to the. Have mercy, I just did that. We're back. To the board to share their thoughts and feelings on the resolution.
So recommending a change the last sentence.
Yes. So in your board
Be it
folders.
further resolved.
No, I think it's in your folder.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
It's just in mine. I will pass it down. Yeah, it just did, and I'll explain. Actually, I'll explain it now. Yesterday, a letter was sent by the U.S. Department of Justice from Assistant Attorney General Hamid Dillon that addressed California's Interscholastic Federation Bylaw 300D, and she opined that CIF Bylaw 300 requires California high schools to allow male participation in girls' interscholastic athletics. And she notes that all should have the opportunity to participate. She quotes CIF, and which states all should have the opportunity to participate in CIF activities in a manner that is consistent with their gender identity, irrespective of the gender listed in a student's record. Emphasis is added. She notes that Section 300D, however, is facially unconstitutional. She continued, the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment to the United Constitution prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex. Knowingly depriving female students of athletic opportunities and benefits based of their sex would constitute unconstitutional sex discrimination under the Equal Protection Clause. Scientific evidence shows that upsetting the historical status quo and forcing girls to compete against males would deprive them of athletic opportunities and benefits based of their sex. Therefore, you cannot implement policy allowing males to compete alongside girls, because such a policy would deprive girls of athletic opportunities and benefits based solely on their biological sex, in violation of the. On that, we were providing direction to staff and council to investigate our district's compliance with Title IX, but she made the argument that we were also violating equal protection under the Constitution, and for that we added that to our.
So just a line on investigation.
Highlighted. Thank you, Des. Steve. Yep, sure. All right. With the board, I believe we have some comments on 9. On 10. Okay. All right, we have some comments. So we have some people would like to discuss items, multiple items. I would you limit comments on each item, subject matter there, and then come back up for the additional. That way we can stay on track. That's all right. 1, 2. Yep, we've got. Oh, let me move this one to 11 and 12. Would you mind?
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you. I think that they're in there. They're just for public comment, so non-agendized and 10. Sorry, you guys are not going to be in the order that they were handed to me because we're scrambling up here. Okay. Alrighty. Would you guys like to hear public comment before we have comment? Great. Got another 10?
They want to talk about that. So.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, you're up at the top of the list. So I'm going to go ahead and give you guys the first three so you just know that you're on deck. We're going to start with Morgan Dickerson. And is there also a public comment and a comment on Title IX, or it's just the one? Just public comment and agenda item, or not on this item? Okay. Go ahead and keep that one just for public comment. All right, so we're going to start with Emily Mitchum. On deck, we will have Michaela Michaela, and then we have Mark Wright. So Emily, Michaela, and then Mark, and then we will go from there. Public comment. Oh, okay, sure. Okay, perfect. All right, hi, thank you.
Hi, my name is Emily Mitchum. I teach theater, stage tech, and business leadership at Colfax High School. I'm also a parent of a trans child. Using Title IX, which was written to protect sex and gender-based discrimination to justify discriminating against folks, is unconscionable. And students are among the most vulnerable of our population, and our goal should be inclusion, not exclusion. Let's make one thing clear. Not competing against females. Trans men and trans women are women. If your argument is fairness, then the students who are biologically better at their sports shouldn't be able to compete, because that is not fair. By that logic, Michael Phelps shouldn't be able to compete because his body is basically designed for him. Some people are just more biologically adaptable to certain sports. That would be like saying that tall students shouldn't play basketball. It doesn't make any sense. And I don't believe that it is a issue. It is essentially a non-issue statistically. There aren't very many trans students who compete at those levels. At the high, I know at the college level there's fewer than a dozen, and the numbers are really hard to find for the high school level, just because of students not wanting to report, schools not wanting for obvious reasons. But I think at the end of the day, our goal should always be inclusion. We should not exclude trans students from competing in the sport that corresponds to the gender they identify. Thank you.
All right, Michaela, Mark, and then.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michaela Swaney, and I am here for preserving fairness in women's sports by supporting Resolution 18, 24, and 25. Consider the legal impacts of this issue. Under Title IX of the Education Amendments Act of 1972, institutions receiving federal funds cannot deny women equal opportunities to participate in sports. Federal courts have recognized ignoring fundamental biological truths between the two sexes deprives women's and girls of meaningful access to educational facilities. Therefore, if schools do not amend its current policies that allow participation based on gender identity rather than biological sex, school will lose federal education funding. And current Cal policies undermine that safety, privacy, and fairness of athletics for women and girls. Regardless of stance on transgender rights, it's essential to address the legal consequences and recognize the potential loss of federal funding when schools need it the most. Also, fairness in women's sports is crucial for protecting athletes' futures and opportunities to excel, including professional careers. Current laws and policies are altering the landscape growing up and aspiring to compete professionally. Whatever your views are matter, I urge you to consider the legal ramifications, as they're vital to the future of Placer County High Schools, women, and to athletic programs. Time and consideration today.
Thank you. Mark, Alicia, and then Carrie.
Can you hear me? There you go. Okay, well, thank you guys for taking this issue up. It's a hard issue. I know everyone's emotions on this on both sides. It comes down not so much an emotional issue, but a fairness issue. Because even Newsom reckons it's unfair, as we told Charlie Kirk in an interview. It's not fair to have males in female sports. And that is the biggest issue. When we have the women who are injured in sports because the male is so much stronger when he spikes a ball and causes brain damage to a girl. How fairness was that to that girl? Now she can't do anything the rest of her life. She is stuck in a life being cared by somebody else. Now you don't see that's fair. The BBC poll in April 30th says 75% of the people agree with males and women's sports. So that is a poll across the country. That's by NBC. It's not a right-wing poll. It's a left-wing poll, and they're still 75%. This is an issue that we know. And also that men are generally better in sports. Because you look at Serena Williams. She lost to a player that was 209th ranked male player. After he drank all night and had a hangover, Serena Williams. Serena Williams' time was the best tennis player in the world. So you can't tell me that there's not a difference. Then also the U.S. Arlene for the U.S. Olympics under 15 soccer team, when they did a scrimmage to get ready for a game against Russia, they went and played a boys team and lost. That's our Olympics women's team. You can't tell me there's not a difference. That's the kind of things we all look at when we're doing this. So it is not fair to have women, in women's sports. It's fair and it's unsafe. That's another thing too. These women shouldn't be put up with this, and that's why we need to fight for this, and we need to ensure that we keep it safe. Because otherwise, why would we have more than just women's sports or male sports? Just put them all in one big pool, let them go for it. We know women would not get anywhere. And talk about it doesn't happen very often. We'll have 4 women who did their scholarships because they were the third on the podium. They got lost to a male take first place, and everyone got pushed down. And this week, when they had a track down here in I think it was Galt, they were talking about they actually gave awards to the transgender and female athletes separately, because there's women who weren't going to get their scholarships college because they weren't going to get placed in there, so they're going to lose their spot. So they got the ones that got third now made it. So that's what I want you to do. So it's about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alicia?
Hi, board. Okay, so years ago, Leah Thomas tried for 5th place with Riley Gaines on the 200-yard freestyle at the NCAA championship in 2022. Gaines never got over it and turned her resentment into a lucrative career targeting transgender athletes, especially children. Last weekend, Rose tied for 5th place in the high jump at the state track championships in Eugene, Oregon. The girls placed 3rd and 4th protesting their backs to the podium. Leah Thomas and Leah Rose are among the small number of transgender female athletes facing increasing discrimination and harassment simply because they want to play sports. And these attacks are coming from people who want to make sure that female sports are kept fair. Except sports have never been fair, and they never will be. Sports are a competition. They will always be someone faster, stronger, more agile, or with better stamina. When I played volleyball, I had a teammate who was significantly taller and stronger than anyone else on the girls' team. Fair to other teams that our team had someone with advantage? Probably not. Would it have been fair to exclude a teammate because she had a natural advantage? Definitely not. Sports are fair. Michael Phelps had many physical advantages when he did, including double-jointed elbows and knees. Should he have been excluded from competition to keep things fair? Yet women with disorders of sex development, PUHSD, are discriminated against due to really high levels of testosterone. But the same people who want to protect women's sports conveniently allow these biological females to be from competition. There is no evidence that transgender athletes put more risks to their cis teammates than said cis athletes already face while playing competitive sports. And female athletes are not only allowed to compete in cis male sporting events, they're allowed to medal. Maddie Ripley of Maine has high school boys division wrestling championship 2 years in a row. Audrey Jimenez of Arizona last year's Division I title against male high schoolers in that championship. Michaela Hutchinson, Sladecker, Heaven Fitch, Juliana O'Connell. The list of cis females dominating cis male wrestling grows every year, and this isn't the only sport that cis girls are in. Yet the people whining about protecting Title IX want us to believe cis girls are too weak and slow to compete against trans. Please stop pushing discrimination and exclusion just because the draconian bigots in the House hate queer people. Thank you.
Carrie. Oh, she's coming. All right.
Hello, my name is Carrie Phantom. I live in Loomis. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to speak. I'm a parent of students who have already graduated, but this is still a big issue, even though it doesn't affect them right now. It affects all of our kids. So I'm here to voice my concerns about the school board enacting this unnecessary. At the April school board meeting, one of our student representatives asked Tom Duncan how many trans students are involved in sports in our district. He didn't answer. Instead, he went on a tangent about one of William's sisters thought of it. They're tennis players, not geneticists, not social workers, not pediatrician. Didn't matter what they think about it, but did not answer our student representative. I would like to answer her that there are no transgender children in our high schools in this district playing sports. What matters is our students' emotional, physical, mental, and academic health, which will be negatively impacted if you enact this resolution. The reason since there are concerns about this is because of disinformation and inflammatory statements. This is not about protecting girls. This is about exclusion. This boarding to enact this resolution does not make it law. You still have to follow the law that California sets. The only thing this will do is further marginalize transgender kids. And again, it will hurt emotionally, mentally, and academically. This is a waste of time, a waste of money, a waste of energy, and just plain old cruel thing to do. Available evidence indicates trans women who have undergone testosterone suppression have no clear biological advantage over cis women in elite sports. According to Study Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in 2023, only 3.3% of high school students identify as transgender. Only a small number of students of any gender are elite athletes. To quote Kel O'Hare, an rights advocate, that rhetoric that these are just boys and men trying to get into women's spaces is not accurate and is so harmful. Transgender students who do play sports are most assuredly looking for teamwork and social connections rather than seeking competitive advantage. When we are talking about Title IX issues, we should be talking about unequal funding, unequal resources for girls' teams, not trying to marginalize transgender girls. As we all know, this is a very complex issue. There needs to be more research before you exclude anyone or enact new rules or bylaws. These meetings are impacting trans kids' mental and emotional health negatively. Just up until we know more, I will quote with a quote from Chris Ward. Transgender kids like students deserve the chance to benefit from all that sport have to offer in an environment that both affirms and validates their gender identity.
Very sorry, but your time is up. Thank you. All right, board.
One more.
Oh, come on down. That back, just so you know, you don't have to make a public comment to the mic. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you so much for that, President Spade. I appreciate it. I just wanted to clear a few things here. First of all, I am so excited to kind of announce to you guys, I am prospective student board member. So while Tom was allegedly not answering that student board member, I want to let you know that Tom seeks feedback for Delaware community. So
It's your time.
Thank you. I appreciate you, President Spade. But what they don't say is that Tom did say that we need to care for these students. And that's how I feel like you're saying that this is non-discrimination, or you're saying that this is discrimination. I think that this is non-discrimination. The resolution is for fairness. And you can look at Riley Gaines, you could look at all these, Willing, you could look at whoever, and even that student board member, Ruby Muscle, who is awesome. I'm inserted with her, she's great. She even said that she needs to step up her game who's playing against a male athlete. And I view, as American society, that men are protectors. We need to protect those, and I feel like that this is doing. We as men, and I believe Mark stated that as well, we're protecting those who need that protection. And he said, just so you guys know, I'm not against like transgender or LGBT, whatever. I'm not against any of that. But as Tom said, those are the things that we need to care for even more. And you know, I think that this is healthy for fairness. I think that this is how they don't get discriminated against on their team. Because I'm a high schooler, let me tell you, it's a rough road out there. you know, like they're going to be the kids that are going to be like the outlier are not included and cause division on the teams. Where some girls who don't want to share a locker room are going to change in the bathroom or in their cars before practice. And I guess this is a little bit more personal, but I have a sister. She just promoted today. I was away here. I had to dash. But she's super involved in that. And I just know I would hate. And I know Tom's daughter too, Scarlett, literally was sitting right here. Saw a picture of her playing basketball. I like that Instagram story. And I would hate if like Scarlett, or if my Julia were to get these scholarships taken away from her due to someone that's, let's face it, just has a natural advantage. And to the point of tallness is an advantage or something like that, tallness is an advantage, that's something that you can't control. I feel like that's kind of the differences here. And I really hope that I'm trying to be as respectful as possible and I'm not upsetting anyone. But I do urge the board to pass this resolution because I think our district. Thank you.
Yeah, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Shanali Varakin. I am a parent of graduates from Colfax High School, former employee. I'd like to answer to that question. How many transgender athletes do we have in this district? And then but what's the answer? I still haven't heard it.
This is your comment, period. Go ahead and share your thoughts.
Okay, I
with the board.
find it astonishing that there isn't a clear answer being shared if we already have one person saying here and she was at the meeting. And this is really seems to me to be a disproportionate amount of time on this issue when we have some more pressing issues. So I'm curious. I'd like to know at some point why you were spending so much time focused on this. Thank you.
Thank you. All righty. Please. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Lamills Garrett. I want to share. I was recently at a dance. A chaperone for the boys' dressing room. Born in the 70s, early 70s. I found myself in a room with black, white, Asian, Polynesian, gay, cisgender, trans, autistic, and norm. And one of the things that I noticed throughout this entire show was I was by far the most uncomfortable person in the room. The kids loved each other. The kids support each other. Every child dressed in that room with the trans child there. And I was the most uncomfortable person in the room. Kids moved forward with the dance. The dance was phenomenal. Every child, race, color, gender, neural sense, were supporting each other. Frankly, I was most uncomfortable with the neurodivergent child, who ran an angle consistently, all day long, thinking he's going to hit one of those. I need to stop this kid from running across the room. And the kids all were just like, that's him. That's what he does. We as he is. And it was the exact same trans person. So to the last speaker, I reiterate what she said. Why spending so much time on this? The very kids that you think you're protecting for the most, you're not focusing on what's truly important to them, their education.
Thank you. All right. Last call. Anybody else? All right, board. If you'd like. You share your thoughts and feedback. I definitely have some feedback as well. Let me pull up my notes here.
Yeah, I'll say something. Sure, absolutely. Since I recommend, I think I did answer it. Even if it's one girl, one biological girl, that is did by playing sports against a biological boy, it's one too many. Ask Reese Hogan, who finished second place, biological male Avery Hernandez. He's disappointed that she lost to a biological male. Stephanie Turner, who knelt in protest, a biological male opponent at a competition in Maryland. Was she wrong? Pete, again, another biological girl being forced to compete against a bio male. Absolutely not. These girls are brave for standing up. The girls in this last weekend who decided to step off stage in protest are brave. And they should never listen. I was at a basketball here, watched my daughter Scar play, and I sat next to a gentleman who went to high school in the 70s, and in fact went to high school. His senior year was the year that Title IX place, and he was at awe at how talented the girls playing JV basketball. He said he never would have guessed in a million years that this would be the product that he saw from girls playing in sports. It's beautiful for someone who never went to as a high schooler to a girls basketball game, and he played basketball. Never went and did a girls flag ball game. And now those opportunities are here for girls. And it's had, Title IX's had a huge impact on women's sports. There's several reports out there that just talk about whether it's Deloitte or whether it's EY. So many reports out there that talk about women who play youth sports are going to be more successful in general, career and leadership as mothers. There's so many things to learn in sports. I love the president of the Lady Eagles basketball program. The biggest concern is, which is a feeder program in the Delaware High School. The biggest concern is making sure the confidence of girls stay up, and that I give them the belief they're going to play freshman basketball, right? Not because they think that the team going up against another girl. I don't want them to ever thought that they're not going to make the team because they're going to have to go up against a biological boy. That's not fair. And in the same token, again, we need to love. Like I said in the last meeting or whenever, we need to love everybody. This isn't about singling anybody out because those right now that are biological girls going up against biological boys, they're not placing, they're comfortable in a locker room, they're being singled out. And it's not fair to them. So I am about this. I have 3 girls, 3 boys. I have a wonderful view in my home of the differences between males and females. There's 8 of us. 8 of us. Used to be 9. Now there's 8. I think I can see that living that life, right? And so, look, it's been said. I'm going to go back and say physical disadvantage, right? There's safety concerns, strength, speed, physical size, and injuries, and unfair competition. I get it. People have situations here in this room, and I understand. And it's, but we cannot deny that these are true when biological boys play against biological girls. It's a playing field. The psychological impact, I want to talk about studies. We don't know what it has on some of these girls are not losing confidence. We see the news all the time. This is happening more and more. So statistically speaking, again, if it's one little girl who does not have fair and equal playing field, another biological girl because of a biological boy, that's one too many. And again, I'll finish with I feel that this is helping to stop the enabling, whether it's confusion on gender, whether it's mental illness, whatever is happening, whatever it is, then
Order in here. Thank you.
What's most
I'm so sorry, Trustee.
Most important.
I'm so sorry. Thank you guys for being here tonight. But if you disrupt for the board's comments, we're going to ask you to leave. This is going to be my warning. If I have to warn again, I ask you guys to leave the room. Thank you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
What's most important is that we love everybody and we figure out what to help everyone, whatever their situation is. Whatever the situation is needs to be loved. That's why we have counselors. That's why I have people that can help. And so that's the case. Is we can't single any, and we're not going to single out biological women from playing biological boys. But we have to love everyone, and that includes these kids. And I agree. I want them to play sports, but they need against their biological. They were born biological. They are, and so it's super important to know that it's about loving everybody. That's all.
Thank you, Trustee Duncan. Do we have any other comments from board members? Trustee Underwood?
Yeah, it bothers me that we're spending so much time on this issue with transgender athletes. I don't see an issue in our district at all that relates to this. I believe in equity. I believe that everybody needs to have the opportunity to be who they are and to be able to have the comprehensive education possible in every way. I see in my life and in my experience, it is critical that we accept every and give everybody an equal chance. So I cannot support this resolution.
Thank you, Trustee Underwood.
I'd like to make a comment. Though. First off, I want to say I agree with Trustee Duncan and what Trustee their sentiments regarding this resolution, and I do support the resolution. But before I explain why I support the resolution, I want to share a story. Might surprise a lot of people in this, except maybe my wife that's sitting over there. So we have two children, a 12 and a soon-to-be 16-year-old. 8 years ago, my daughter came to me and came out as trans. She wants to go by Lucas, so she's been going by Lucas for the last 8 years. Cut his hair, did the surgery, is taking medication. So I totally understand the LGBT community. I love my son more than anything in the world. and I want my son to be who he is. At the same time, I have a daughter that's 16, that's an aspiring athlete, and I would not want to see her having to compete against biological males who absolutely 100% have a biological advantage over. There is no doubt in that. If you have a doubt in your mind about whether there's an advantage, ask about in professional athletic Olympics drug testing for testosterone. If there's no advantage to it, then they wouldn't be doing that drug testing. Like common sense. So you know, I agree. We have to love the LGBT community, and I 100% do. As I same thing, I see this as a fair, not only as a fairness issue, but also as a. I think the federal government has been very clear here, and we need to listen to what those warnings are as they're coming down. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Trustee Jeffries. Trustee Lake.
I was very surprised to see this on the agenda because I didn't quite understand the timing or the reasoning did, and I sympathize that. I do feel like we should be focused on primarily education, you know, as a school board, and I think we do. But we do see a lot of we get a lot of notice. We get a lot of information, and we have to be aware of what's going on outside of our district. I 100%. This is not a big issue in our district. You can answer your questions on how many probably zero. But it's not the point of bringing this resolution. As I sit here and listen to the speakers, the point is not, you know, is there a trans athlete in our district? The point is the principle. And as dad of 3 daughters, would I mind if my 8th grade daughter had to play basketball against a biological male? You know, I think that there's a compelling reason why this issue has a 70% agreement that, hey, it's just not fair. Even Governor Newsom agreed, just not fair. So, agree. I do not want to spend time on you. I would like to move on and focus on rating policy and all these other things. But I'm on the side of 80% of that feel like it's not fair. And so, you know, for that reason, I really want to emphasize this point. There are some very tender feelings out there with students who are going through transitions, and I understand that it's a touchy subject. It's uncomfortable. It's not really where we're spending our time and energy, and it is. Well, I'll just say that I sympathize with those who have feelings about the subject, but as far as my position, I'm in favor of females competing with females, and that's where I sell.
I just want to thank the board for the thoughtful discussion. I think we could hear a pin drop in here. I don't think that there's any animosity or anger or that this is being done. I received an email over the weekend, and someone accused, you know, trying to vilify trans kid, and I think anybody who's listening or anyone who's here can see that we do care. This is, and so before I make any further, I would just want to say to Jeffries, you're a good dad. You know, I have a ton of empathy for anyone on the planet struggling, but especially who do feel marginalized or historically have been. And I think it's incredibly important that anytime we touch a subject where it is sensitive, and this is sensitive, and we know that that it's approached with compassion and realities that we're dealing with in this community. You know, we don't put ourselves up here. We're placed in this position from, and our community does ask us to come forward, and it may not, you know, be some of you who went against this tonight. You live in our community. You might not be in the majority of community, but we have a responsibility to our constituents to listen and to advocate. We had people approach us to put this on the agenda, to have this conversation. So while I understand and I empathize with both Trustee Underwood and Lake that nobody wants to, quote, waste time talking about an issue that may not a problem in our area, the truth and the fact remains that leaders need to lead, and sometimes, you know, we have to step up and have hard conversations and with compassion. And we have to speak the truth. We can have love and compassion toward any group of people, specific in this case with our transgender students and community, and also have passion for our girls. And we have to advocate for both. Advocating for the girls is not vilifying the other, even though I feel that way. That's really not what it's about. It's about advocating for all. And in this case, there are girls that are at a disadvantage based on biological and reality. CIF this past week piloted a program. For anyone who's paying attention to CIF, they just before the state track and field finals that permitted biological female, how they put it, displaced by a transgender athlete to still compete CIF championships. Furthermore, a transgender athlete medaled. The CIF would award a duplicate medal to the highest ranking biological females who would have otherwise not placed. So essentially, girls that wouldn't have qualified for state because they didn't win their section, if a transgender athlete bumped them, they biological females to go. Same if they were not awarded a medal, all of a sudden they would be awarded a medal. And we saw that this week as the podium was shared a number of times with a transgender athlete. Unprecedented move by the California Interscholastic Federation. It created a scenario where more medals to girls, the girls division, than the boys, effectively rewriting competition rules, and in an effort to justify the of a biological male, right? So I think that through this action, CIF implicitly acknowledged the inherent unfairness that our governor has multiple times, that there is an unfair. And so when male-bodied athletes compete against females, yet instead of addressing, they attempted to compensate after the fact with awarding additional girls to compete, and instead of to be addressed another way. Now, I'm not saying I believe everyone should play sports. I'm an athlete. I support all people to be athletic. You compete in your natal sex, or there's another open division. No, that's not my place as a board member. Our place is to advocate and to represent our constituents and our students, and an issue to say it. That's what leaders do. So, you know, this was an attempt to compensate for that. This is equality. This was a policy-driven inequity dressed inclusion. And I believe as a mother of boys, and I was a sister to all brothers. I have 6 brothers, and I said earlier that I could all my brothers and everything except for my twins on occasion, and testosterone hit, and then he got me. I was athletic, and I don't want to have to compete again. And I realized that we need to, that the equal treatment law and athletics means preserving competitive integrity, safety, and opportunity. Bottom line, with other trustees shared examples, shared a story. You know, I do think that safety plays a role here. Peyton McNabb, line of volleyball injury that Mark had mentioned, obviously an athlete that competed in CIF. There was a Massachusetts basketball forfeiture in February of 24. That collegiate charter of a girls basketball team forfeited a game against KIPP Academy after a player injured multiple team members and sustained a back injury during a ball. At a field hockey in Massachusetts in 2018. Field hockey player from Wapole, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, high school suffered struck by a shot from a transgender athlete on a team. The injury caused miss the freshman hockey season. UN report on metal displacement for October 24. It was a post article. Noted that the United Nations found that female athletes. This one gets me. They lost nearly 900 medals and 400 petitions across 29 due to being outperformed by transgender biologically male. The data's there. Data is so clear. We have to be able to advocate for both people and be able to have logical conversation about it if we're going to move forward. I don't want anyone to be alienated, but the truth is the proof is in the pudding. 900 medals, is that fair for our girls? I don't think anybody can fair, and CIF admitted essentially that it wasn't fair. Changed the rules in the 11th hour. I just want to say in closing that this is not an attempt to vilify, as I mentioned previously, and I think that has a ton of compassion and love. I don't believe it's a waste of conversation, and the community does care about it. And as leaders in this community, we need to stand up and support and protect our girls in our district. You like to call it that, in our district. Because at some point it would be this, I'm sure, be litigated for. That's why this resolution acknowledges and directs staff and council to investigate it further, based on the letter for the U.S. Department. And they requested that we certify that we are not going to follow that by law by Friday. Tony Thurmond, our superintendent of public, emailed all the LEAs today and essentially stated that they will be responding for the entire California, and our response to that the timing is very interesting that we have two letters coming out and on the docket for today, but move forward that we will direct our staff to investigate it in compliance with the laws of this land, not our Constitution, but also the original Title IX, and provide a report which we will share with all, whether it's at a board meeting or we put elsewhere. So with that being said, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion by Trustee Duncan.
I'll second.
We have a second by Trustee Rees. Any further questions or comments? Thank you for and kindness and compassion during the conversation, and for the community who showed up to share. I do care. Glad that you were all here tonight. All in favor? Oh, actually, it's a resolution. It's a roll call vote.
It's a roll call vote. Roll call vote. Was Trustee Underwood?
No.
Kin?
Yes.
Spade?
Yes.
Jeffries?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion passes 4-1. All right. Next up, and I think we have some minutes for action item 11 as well. As we've talked about funding a number of times this evening, all these things there have been threats of losing full compensation from our federal government. Our district can't afford to lose money from the federal government, and the community has also interest in this policy. We discussed the orders previously and determined through that this policy could potentially be in conflict. We believe that this policy is in conflict. Go ahead and pull up my notes here. I actually, you know, I'll go ahead and open it up. Based on a review of this policy, I'd like to state one, this policy is commonly adopted across the state of California. I don't have the number in front of me, but many schools across the state of California have this policy, and it is not required to be in our board portfolio. It's my recommendation based on potential withholding of federal dollars. We eliminate this policy. I'm going to open it up to conversation. I'll share my thoughts, and then if we have a motion. And yes, so let's do that first. Thank you. Thank you. Got to get track up here. All right. Hopefully it's in the order. If I didn't keep you in the same order, my apologies. We'll start with Emily Mitchum, and then Michaela.
I'm Emily Mitchum, and I teach at Colfax High School. I just wanted to point out that this meeting, you all talked about how wonderful it was to see all our students graduate. I was at high school graduation, and it's always wonderful to see students. It's to be a high school. It's bittersweet because kids leave, and your time with them is social, and it helps you value that time so much more. I did want to point out though that all of those stories that you told of those inspiring students overcame so much. All of those students benefit from diversity, equity, and inclusion. They just do. Like the programs that you were talking about that you're so happy about. The Ver Charter Academy lets students attend school without having to like be at school for whatever reason. That is equitable. The adult school program is equitable and inclusive. All these programs that make our district so great and help our students succeed are diversity, equity, and inclusion. And somewhere along the line, words became bad words, and I'm not entirely sure why. Because they're not. They're just ensuring that all of our students succeed in what they want to succeed in, and provide them the supports to that. I'm incredibly proud to work for this district and provide students the support to cross that line, right? To shake your hands. I'm incredibly proud to be a part of that, and I think by doing away with these measures preemptively before we ask to, that we will be doing a huge disservice to both programs and our staff, and especially our students. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you serving our schools. Followed by Michaela.
Back again. Okay. Affluent, straight, white, cisgender male. That was when the population was seen as fully human and deserving of rights in this country for generations. People died for the basic human decency recognized as human beings deserving rights, and to this day, they still fight and they still. Now, I want everyone to observe this board. Make note of how diversity is here. I have to say, I find it incredibly ironic that this assault on decency has been brought forward with the help of a woman, since women are one of the biggest populations that are helped DEI policy throughout history. But moving on, where is the other diversity here? Maybe one of you is queer. Maybe one of you is disabled. Maybe one of you is mixed race. How are our students supposed to know? How are our students look at what appears to be an all cisgender white school board that is discussing the removal of DEI policies and feel anything but excluded if they don't look like what you look like? Merit. That is the dog which drive this attack against decency. That diversity, equity, and inclusion is discriminating those with merit. Because apparently autistic people of color are not as smart as stereotypical white people. Queer people are not as capable as straight cis people. Women are inferior to men. Yes, let's talk about merit right here on this school board. One of the new trustees didn't win his seat here because of he won his seat through deception. A straight white cisgender male who isn't even legally allowed to teach anymore because of his inappropriate behavior in the classroom took that seat from an experienced, capable woman who ran her campaign solely based on merit. Yet the same people who wish to PUHSD DEI policies welcome this with open arms. The reason DEI exists is because USA is still ruled in large part by affluent cisgender males, and anyone who doesn't exist in that population has to fight to achieve this. In schools, jobs, even politics, biases and bigotry play a huge role in the barrier face and its diversity, equity, and inclusion that open up a seat at that table. Even if these are removed by this board, they will eventually be reinstated. But the students, staff, and parents will always remember those who pushed exclusion under the guise of merit. Thank you.
Thank you. And once this is done, I'd like to comment on that.
Good evening again. My name is Michaela Swaney, and tonight to support the resolution to remove board policy 0415 and 0415E, the district's equity policy. This policy does in fact conflict with Federal Executive Order 11413, which restores a merit-based standard and bans preferences often disguised as EI. Schools that fail to align with this order will lose federal funding. And over the past eight years, I've worked closely with equity-based programs and policies. I actually personally developed equity that were implemented across the nation. Despite these good intentions, I fail. These initiatives often cause more harm than good. They shifted focus from shared goals, personal accountability, and individual achievement. This resolution isn't about denying support to students who need help. It's about ending policy prioritizing other than individual effort and fairness. Equity programs often reinforce this very inequality they solve. The district return to a model that honors merit, fairness, and equalities for all students, judged by their performance and dedication. Please vote yes resolution tonight, and I appreciate your time and consideration. Thank you.
Come on down. Sure, come on down.
I was not planning on speaking tonight, but it looks like you guys just can't get enough of me. I'm so sorry. I wanted to say, equity is probably great in some things. I just automatically, like our culture right now, I'm thinking like grading, and equity, the equitable grading system. I don't know if you have followed San Francisco at all. They implemented an equity-based system, and partisan received negative. It is no longer being used. I think it lasted 28 hours or something like that. So in my opinion, I don't know about. I haven't specifically looked at these, but in my opinion, merit is always good. It's the American dream, and that's we're all here for. That's what our ancestors fought. That's what we're here to put in the work and, hopefully get something out of it. Just something that totally I think is exemplified by one of our board members, Trustee Jeffries. I think Trustee put in the work. He campaigned, and not only that, but also in the face of criticism, he is here. Again, he is here. And I am so grateful for that. I was talking to someone like, oh, Trustee Jeffries is like all his friends. Like he's at Del Oro in the Government Econ class. We're glad you're here. Please don't ever think otherwise. And you are not equity. You are here because you fought for that. And we are ever grateful for you to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. Hi. I didn't fill out a blue thing. I was hoping, okay, yeah, it's news to me. I was hoping when it's time for you guys to chat after this,
that you have some of the data, Trustee Spade, you mentioned losing that our district can't afford to lose the funding, which I don't question at all. I was wondering about what that funding looks like. I mean, I'm teaching classes that have 40 kids in them. In a school that's a working PA, and desks that are falling apart. Peter E. He's working on it. Roughly 14 IEPs, 504s, and 1 gen ed class. 6 to 7 repeats, because there's not enough sections. Mm-hmm. When you say things, we can't afford the funding, I believe you. I just would like to know what that looked like, because it's already pretty bad. So if you get us data on that, that would be really, really appreciated. Thanks.
Actually, Peter, I mean, I could give you a rough percentage, but title funding comes from meds, which is saying our struggling student groups. But I think it's only roughly when I say I believe it's about 2% of the budget. Peter, could you?
A little more than that.
Just kidding. I take it back. It's more than that.
The federal money, yes, but I'm looking up right now.
While you're looking it up, go ahead and have some conversation around this policy. Oh, would you like to come up? Sure, come on down. Welcome back.
I just want to say that I don't know when DEI became bad words or bad letters. There's nothing wrong. Equity, inclusion, diversity. That's what the whole country is all about, and we should people and equitably. It just doesn't make sense to not. You don't treat the autistic child the same as you would the high-ranking 4.7 kid. There's differences, but they need equitable outcomes, and so it's frustrating to see this being addressed now when it's not necessary. Executive order isn't going to be happening. Maybe if it is, but it's not. We're not forced to do anything now, and it's just so disheartening to have a board throw in necessarily. So I hope that you're maybe waiting on a decision like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah, I'd like to say one thing I'd like to say about DEI. The words are great. The left is great. Come up with words that sound really good. There's nothing wrong with any of those words. But what's wrong is that when you have people who do achieve, and then people look and say, "Did you really achieve what you achieved because of your skin?" That is the part that really sits for me. I mean, you have people, a doctor who is black, and someone's going to say that doctor is black. He didn't earn it. He's there. We want the best people in the best places doing the best work ever. I don't care who they are or what sex they are or anything about them physically. I want the smartest, brightest there doing the work. Dr. Carson, he's a great neurosurgeon, top neurosurgeon. Do we want to start looking at him and say, because he maybe didn't achieve it? No, he achieved it. He's there. But we don't want to start that thing. We don't want airline power. So this whole thing is going through there. We're going to start having things that everything that happens, we start core animosity between groups. And you wouldn't have that, you know, that everyone got there. You wouldn't have that issue. We're issues by merit. Right? We're going to go based on someone's color, their skin, their sex, or something else about them that doesn't have anything to do with the job that they're here to do. That's where DEI hurts the people who are on a disadvantage today. It actually hurts them more.
Thank you. Mr. Spade, a quick question. Sure. If I didn't fill out a blue thing, didn't use all my time to clarify one point, am I allowed?
Come on down.
Sorry. Now you're learning the rules. You're good. Aside from wanting to know more of the data, I think that I want to clarify and make sure I specify is that I don't know how long this specific board policy and how long it's been enacted, and maybe you can add to that as well. I think that given the present circumstances of not just public education as a whole, but as our district, some of the things that I just mentioned, these policies are the only ways that I'm getting some of these kiddos the help that they need, given the state that we're in right now. and we can look at that on a national level. We look at that on a district level. But when I have any kids in a class, when those kids struggle in the ways that we see them struggle daily, sometimes these policies are all that I have. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you much. Come on down, please.
I urge you to work with community schools to clarify education on U.S. history. I've heard so many here that are just completely irrelevant to the truth of U.S. history. Start with first, one of the first and best equity programs in these United States of America is time. So when the gentleman comes up and speaks about why have equity, it doesn't matter. With all due respect, ma'am, your own athletics, which more than likely gave you a sense of confidence, which more than likely prepared you better in the business world, which more prepared you to speak, to deal with the was given out of equity. For those who've come up to speak regarding the downfalls of equity, just to be clear, the first and primary receivers of equity in these United States of America were men who traveled from Europe. Whether it be they were given jobs so that they can have rights and opportunities that blacks didn't, so that they could actually earn dollars, so that they could earn the right to be what we call white. Because when they came here, they were Italians, they were Irish, they were German, they were Dutch, but they weren't granted the right to be white. They earned that over time. That was the privilege of choice. So there's such ignorance in this room right now about what equity is and who actually received it, generation after generation, and what in terms of wealth and in terms of our education. And so, sir, I know I have to address you. I am that black man who came from a single mother, underprivileged environment, who worked his way up through university, who failed and dropped out, and went to the United States Air Force and got back into school, outperformed his peers in an all-white environment. Not because I was given something, but because of my work ethic, and that. And so please teach your children in schools that because a black person showed, that because that woman showed, it wasn't that they were given something that men weren't, white people weren't. You judge outcomes of what they deliver. At that point in time, you can determine whether it was good at, but equity, its rawest sense, is what has been given to all of you through generational opportunity. Thank you. Thank you.
Very much. And thank you for your service to our country, and I appreciate it this evening. And I'm very, very curious. What do you do? I've never seen you here before.
I advocate for a community.
Beautiful. I appreciate that, taking the time to advocate. It's good. All right. Go ahead and turn this over to the board to have some conversation about if you'd like. I could kickstart, or you can share kind of your thoughts on where we're at. I'm going to go ahead, and you guys can share some additional thoughts. So, as I reviewed this policy, there are some things that stood out to me, and depending on the will and where you're at, I do think that there are some issues potentially in this policy. But before I fully dive in, acknowledge there's something I know that they're all kind of pale up here. Like, I get that. I totally get that. I hate group anything. Like, it really bothers me. Or even a comment about, I was put here because I'm a woman, or it was an equitable decision, something like that. we all have to fight for things in this life, and I don't want to be categorized as a woman or as white, or anything that anybody just sees in me. I want to be judged for who I am beyond the things that you can see, right? I think we all want that. Our Pledge of Allegiance, and we do it every time we're here. There's a line at the end that talks about individual, and every time we divide each other by things that we none of control, it drives me crazy. We share is based on all kinds of things, and I just want to. I would rather on the things that we have in common and celebrate differences than be judging one another based on things that none control over. And I honor and respect all those, and I want to make sure that we're not treating people differently based on the color of our skin. We shouldn't be doing that. We should not be doing that, or for a disability or for a reason. We talked about the U.S. Constitution Equal Protection Clause earlier, and that we're supposed to treat all individuals equally under the law. This policy is problematic. Prioritizing resources allocation or make staffing decisions based on race, gender, or linguistic diversity rather than merit, as our friend pointed out, can constitute unconstitutional discrimination, right? And there's plenty of Supreme Court precedent involved in that. Racial or just hiring or staffing goals with those intentions, which is mentioned in this policy, can also violate civil rights laws, particularly of the Civil Rights Act. Or any kind of categorical treatment based on identity characteristics. There's language in here that says regardless of race, class, or personal characteristics or expression or identity, or culturally affirming or racially conscious educators. Review. I just believe, I think that this policy aims at inclusivity, and I agree that all the words separately, I think that the package together has made it a little bit confusing, and I think there's a lot of ambiguity, and a lot of people define it a lot of different ways. Any student or staff differently based on their race, gender identity, or cultural identity, or special treatment, or resources or consideration. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not going to all the things. I'm not making a legal decision, but I do believe that it violates the principle of individual equality and fairness. Racial conscious or culturally affirming. I know that anyone can really define these things, or hiring a teacher beyond those mandates may pressure students to conform their ideological views, and I really want our space to be open to all different thoughts. There's a lot of different thoughts in this room tonight, and I welcome that. And I think that hiding some of these things like racially conscious or culturally affirming, that could potentially raise First Amendment concerns as well. That our students and staff may not feel comfortable to share points based on this board policy. Also there's language in there that mentions professional development to strengthen employees' knowledge and skills for eliminating racial and opportunity gaps, supporting knowledge of national global narratives. Instructional strategies will be culturally responsive. I'm not sure what's, and I would argue that most of this community doesn't understand what that means. I believe our staff is referring to this as they approach all of these situations. On that, I have to ask Dr. Caminetti. We had a conversation earlier today. There's a lot of policies or we frequent because we're with issues. But I asked Dr. Caminetti a question of how often he's referenced this policy making decisions because and I'll let him answer for himself, but I would argue amazing teachers and amazing kids, and I think you're going to teach no matter if this policy exists or not, doing incredible things without this policy. It's about being great educators and thinking deeply and subject matter and being experts in your field and I don't think that removing changes any of that, but it could potentially from losing federal funding and be responsive to our community. Dr. Caminetti.
Sure. There was a question about when it was adopted. I think we have some conflicting times. So adopted, I believe, policy 0415 was 2018, and then the exhibit was 21. So after looking, though the policy is optional, And so when we say optional, just so the public knows, as we receive guidance from the SBA and policies recommend it's required, not required, or optional. Though it is optional policy, what my recommendation was just make sure that our other policies are in compliance. Ed Code 2001, Ed Code 5007, which kind of talk about some of the Ed codes that are wrapped up in this. And so I'm assuming because it's an optional policy, we have other policies in place that are supporting affirmative obligation to combat race, sexism, and other forms of bias, and have responsible to provide equal educational opportunities for all students. That's Ed Code 201. So I'm assuming because CS said it is an optional policy, I'm assuming we have other policies in place. Question about referring to it. It's debates prior to me when it came in and as acting soup. I have not heard of this policy, but I know that we are consciously making decisions to make sure we're meeting Title IX policies, following Level 4s and IPs and all of those things in there. But in terms of the policy, it is optional. But I say that making sure that we have all in place to make sure we're meeting the Ed Code requirements that are required of us.
Very much. So I will with this. I think that the reason we act, obviously we talked about finances, but I also think actually legal compliance issues here. I feel like this policy, we have exposure to constitutional challenges, potential lawsuits under Title VI for race or Title for sex or Title VII for employment, even potential parental rights litigation. I believe that the remove this would also with district policy for the DOJ guidance that yesterday from Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon, and I also believe that this would approve fairness by eliminating identity bases, protects every student's right to an education free from discrimination, and I believe that also includes our staff, and it affirms merit-based practices in hiring, teaching, and academic opportunity. And I also believe moving with this would increase trust and neutrality, because our schools have to be a viewpoint neutral institute focused on academic excellence. And I feel like the trend in our country and potentially the world, but also for our country, and California Department of Education, there's a focus on all of the difference, and we need to make it neutral, and we focus on moving forward academically. This is not about politics. This is about we believe that this policy was enacted, or I believe it did, based on ideological activism. There's no point here. So that being said, any board members would like to share thoughts, and then we have a motion. Do I have a motion?
What is the sense of timeline for this? The proposal is
just to eliminate it, because it is not a required policy, and then we would be potentially out of harm's way from losing federal funding, at least on this.
Why was this?
This
was enacted in 2021.
Updated in 21 and
18 updated in 21, and the exhibit in 21.
The existing language is from 20.
Mm-hmm. Any further comments? Or do we have a motion?
read the motion you're talking about?
Oh, yep.
Clearly in a
So
sentence?
the motion would be to board policy and the attached exhibit 041415 equity. I move approval of item 1011, BP and E 0415 equity.
The second.
We have a first and a second. First by motion by trustee Spade, second by trustee Duncan. Any further comments or questions on 0415?
No. I don't know this.
Support it. Thank you. Comments or questions on this one? We are going to go ahead and move to start our vote. All in favor say aye.
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 No.
All opposed? Hearing the motion is 4-1. Item .12, board policy 5121, grade evaluation of student achievement update. It is 8:07. Would the board like a short recess before we dive into this one to use the restroom and come back? This one could take a minute.
That'd be great.
Okay. We're going to take a quick recess. We'll be right back. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for hanging out and sharing your thoughts tonight here. We're going to go ahead and move to item 10.112, Board Policy 121, Grades Evaluation of Student Achievement Update. And I'm going to turn this over to Trustees Jeffrey and Duncan, worked tirelessly to gather information to share with the board tonight.
Thank you, President Spade. We can move to slide 2. I will say, just to kick things off, this has been a wonderful journey, getting so many people in the community and hear thoughts on grading and attention, what that means to each of them individually. So it's been, I've learned a ton during this, and I appreciate everyone that spoke up and provided their thoughts on education in this district. The goal here tonight is to provide information. We want to report back on what our committee has been and the journey our committee has gone through, so that the community hears. We have been listening to every category of person room, whether it's a teacher, whether it's a student, whether it's an admin, whether it's a parent, whether it's just a community member who just wants to be part of this process. It's been great in that respect. Great. So let's talk a little bit about the timeline here. In January, the board was created. The board created the ad hoc committee. We can go to the next one. Perfect. After we got through the fall and made the decision to augment the grading system, the CBB grading system, we had decided to put this committee together, comprising of the different categories of the community that I just mentioned. Also in January, I think is a really important point here is we sent out a grading committee interest form, and over 100 people responded. That was a major the people that wanted to be a part of this. From January to March, Trustee Jeffries and I met individually with the different stakeholders. The goal there was to gain input.
Sarah next.
What's that?
You just have to tell Sarah next.
Oh,
Sarah next.
Oh yeah.
You're doing great.
I thought we were yeah. We can go to the next one. Yep. And we can go to the next one from there. And so. From January, March, we got together with several different people in the community. I had countless meetings, and I know trustees did as well. On March 29th, an email went out to all those who had signed up for the grading committee with a survey and information about that, allowing folks to choose what committee meetings they wanted to go to. So April was our grading committee month, on which we all met. So we met on the 4th, the 20th, the 21st, 6th, and we had 80 people come and be part of it. And some people are in this room that I'm looking over and seeing right now, which is awesome. May 2nd, Trustee Jeffries and I met with staff from neighboring district to learn more about their grading system, which was awesome experience. It was great to hear about their trials and tribulations and what they went through. And then over the last month, in the month of May, Trustee Jeffries and I met several times again to discuss what we're going to talk about today, which is a proposal BP 512. And I just really want to thank Trustee Jeffries for all the work that he's into this.
Before we move on, I just want to say that reiterate the fact that between Trustee Duncan and I, we have literally had hundreds of conversations, students, with staff members, with, community administrators. Like, we've been talking to everyone about grading within our district, outside our district. We've had lots and lots of conversations. Our intent is to come up with the best system possible for our students moving forward. Something that our staff will get behind. And we'll feel confident and comfortable about, and will suit our students really moving forward.
Awesome. We can move to next slide.
So at our grading committee, I'll just press it real quick. So at our grading committee meetings, one things that we did for those committee meetings that we did, where we had students, staff, parents, all those groups coming in. At the end, towards the end of the meeting, each one of the groups came up with their top 10 suggestions with respect to grading policies. So what the compliment that you're about to see here in a little bit is that's where it came from. That came from those I don't know, it was 80 or so people that participated in our grading committee meetings. And so that's where all this came from.
We can go to the first one. Great. So multiple opportunities. We heard from people that said, hey, we want to be able to still multiple opportunities to demonstrate mastery, but there's got to be some type of conditions around that. The unlimited mod is just working. Hearing about kids showing up with pieces of paper and saying, didn't study last night, we're again next time. Like, we have to have some type of discipline in there. And so we heard from the community. We can go to the one. Uniformity among departments and our campuses. That was ranked true. That folks really wanted to see that. And the augmentation of that, at least at the sites, individual sites, we saw that in what happened in this last semester as far as uniformity went. That was good. It was good. The next one is opportunities for remediation and growth. And this is key because the students and the teachers felt that this was going to be important for give them an opportunity to continue to grow. Right? You get into the end of the semester, and you haven't gotten to mastery. Let's give them a chance. And what we saw at campuses when kids got to incompletes. And the work by the administration, the work by the to try to help them get over the line, I think was really important. Number 4, grades to reflect what students know and have demonstrated. And so I think that's a really important piece, that in order to show mastery, it's important for the students be able to have that reflected, and that the way they actually learn. And we heard that loud and clear from teachers, not only students as well. Anything on those 4 that you wanted to hit, Trustee Jeffries?
No, you're doing good.
Great. Clear district-wide learning outcomes. 5, clear district-wide learning outcomes that are required to pass classes with feedback. I think this goes to the importance of making sure that we're aligned with state standards, and which you'll see in this. And then to make sure that as a district, we're all moving together in the same direction. 6 is syllabus and clear schedule of term and some assessments. We heard this one in every single meeting was the direction for having a clear understanding of what the assessments look like, and to see that ahead of time on a clear schedule and syllabus that was connected to it. 7, clear communication for parents and students. The parents were very adamant about being able to have a better understanding of the relationship between the teacher, the curriculum, and the expectations and what the outlook looked like for students. Anything there on those last 3?
Nope.
Okay. 8, flexibility for department and teachers to implement the grading styles as needed. Again, we saw this with the augmentation that we put in. Just talking to the teachers on how that augmentation went was rave reviews. Being able to go to the department level, and as at the department level, decide how best to provide curriculum to the students went really well. Number 9, trust teachers to be experts. They need to be involved. I think a shift, right? In the fall, it was a little less teacher input, and we tried to have a middle ground going into the spring with the augmentations put in place. And the last one is just deadlines is not a bad word. It's okay. I mean, we are teaching these students how to prepare for post-high school. That looks like to have a job and to have discipline and to have deadlines in front of them. So, anything to add?
Yeah, just as a reminder, when we were doing these committee meetings, and again, it showed the dates on the slide. We had 3 of them at Placer High School, where we had students, community members, staff from all over the district coming into these meetings. And meetings, by the way, were not facilitated by Trustee Duncan and I. These were facilitated by Associated Teachers of Placer, so two teachers from with the district facilitated these meetings. And Tom and I were just there making sure everything was going smoothly and that kind of stuff. So we didn't have a lot of input during meetings itself. And these 10 recommendations, again, these did not come from Trustee Duncan and I. These came from the participants at those meetings. Like these, the top 10 things that they were saying that they want to see, or recommendations that they or suggestions that they had with the grading. So we wanted to really take all of those to heart. And if you can move to the next slide, Sarah. And we at that point started to, once that was done, we started to what our options were with respect to a policy for grading. Well, I can't speak for Tom, but my goal was not to reinvent the wheel. I think that so energy has been put in, and so much different educational practices has been refined over time, that there was a lot of good stuff that was already out there. So there was not. I didn't feel like there was an intention for us to like reinvent the wheel here. So the options that we had looked at, Sarah, was the traditional grading system, something that most of us room are probably familiar with. Typical A through letter grades. Everything is done by points. There's no specific sets of skills that you have to demonstrate mastering like that, but the traditional grading system is out there, and that's what most of us grew up in school with, is the traditional grading system. And then if you go to the next slide, Sarah. We also looked at competency-based grading or standards-based grading, which are very similar, which would require some very specific set of skills, have some different definition with respect to the grade letter, that kind of thing. We looked at some of the issues that CBE has, rolled out, in the year before, and we when we look as well. What we landed on after doing all of that work, having all of those conversations, having all that research that we did, going out and speaking to other districts as well. Like all this culminated with the policy that we landed on today, Sarah, which is the mastery-based grading system. Similar to CBE, it focuses on learning over time, right? Not every student has to get to the same place at the same time. That's totally understandable, right? And encourages equity. I know that's kind of a hot topic word and means different things to different people. And in fact, that's actually a point that got brought up in all of our committee meetings, is that different people were debating what that word actually meant with respect to education. So we won't go into too much into that, but mastery also promotes a deep understanding of the skills that are necessary moving forward. We'll talk more about in a second. It provides for clear feedback. And it supports that growth mindset that the teachers have been talking about for decades, right? We want all of our students to have that growth mindset. We want our students to understand that failure is not a bad thing. Like you can fail and you can learn from it, and you can grow from those failures, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. So we kind of kept that in mind as well when we're talking about this master grading system.
Jeremy, I'll just interject real quick. As far as my goals went, it was, and people have heard me say this, it was very important to take the best from 1, 2, 3, 4, I don't know, 5, whatever it was, grading systems, as we learned about other grading systems, and as we heard from the community. And so some would probably say that this what we have today is not truly mastery. It's got good components of it. It's got components of competence base. It's got components of additional. And that was our goal, is how do we put something together that is going to meet the needs of our students. And so that's kind of segueing next.
And this is might not Tom and I've had this conversation multiple times as well. One of my goals also was to try to reach some kind of a good compromise, because we had staff on one end of the staff on the other end of the spectrum. So we tried to come up with a policy that was kind of in the middle to try to make the most amount of people happy. I don't say that flippantly. That I'm trying to just this is all making the teachers happy, staff happy. That we truly also believe that this grading system is going to be very beneficial for our student at the same time, while also making those good compromises in areas where we're taking the most amount of staff. And I know, speaking for myself, I know no matter what we decide to do tonight, there are going to be staff going to be happy with this decision, and there are going to be staff that are going to be very, very unhappy with this decision. There's nothing we could do. I think we went into this knowing that was going to be the case. We tried to make that good compromise of different types of systems, what different different staff had, for example. We tried to make those compromises because we understand that the teachers in the classroom, they're the experts. They're like the soldiers on the front line. They know what's actually happening. They know what's going to work well. They know what's not well. They know what's going to work well with their population of students. We got that, and we tried to make the most autonomy and flexibility built into the system that we could, for that reason. So if we can go to the next slide, sir. So we've gone through this process of thinking about teaching for more than a decade in the district, right? So with the quality schools, and we had a lot of professional development training. I say we as the staff. I was the staff at the time. We had a lot of training on professional schools, grading practices, equity for grading. With Feldman came out and did a lot of training. So threw out lots of good ideas on the board. So when we had conversations with teachers, for example, they were reminded of all this previous professional development that they had done, things that they liked about it, things that they didn't like about it, things that they thought worked really well, some of the other grading policies and practices that were in place before, and things that weren't. So listen to all of those things, and again, listening is not the same thing as saying that we're going to make everyone happy, because again, we knew we were not going to make everyone happy. But we listening. We weren't thinking about what the district has already done, where we've come from. The teachers are already skilled at or strengthened because they've gone through all these different types of professional development training. So all that kind of played a factor into where we're at here tonight. Go to the next slide, sir. All right. Want to go over the board philosophy?
You got this one, and I'll get the next.
Okay. So what we ended up again with it was the free learning model, which is similar to like our neighboring district, like Rockland Unified has a similar system for free learning. Each course will have ELOs, or essential learning objectives, assigned or associated with the course. Now that being said, we as a district created ELOs. We spent probably 5 years creating ELOs, and then they kind of went away, and we went into the more of a CBE, proficiency skills focus, and that kind of thing. Which in my ELOs and proficiency skills are very different, and we'll see some examples of that here shortly. But the key goals are with this particular grading system is that we have these objectives, these learning objectives, and they're clearly defined. There would be clearly defined for every course. Those are mandated by mostly state regulations with respect to what we need to be teaching standards and that thing, but also within those state standards, there's lots of stuff in there. So the teacher will have the opportunity to decide like what is actually essential. When we say essential, we get to be actually essential. Like you have to show mastery in these things, right? Just like in where they had to show proficiency in the proficiency scales, right? With CBE. Number two. So this teachers will the teachers help develop the ELOs. That's key. They're the ones that are the experts in their own individual fields, and they're the ones that know their students better than we and people on this board will ever know their students. So that's an important aspect as well. And again, number three there, the students will need to demonstrate mastery of the essential learning objectives for each of the courses that they take. And the ELOs, so the ELOs, like, what we've done, it was actually before CE when we had the re-teaching piece, and the reevaluation piece and all that kind of stuff. That will continue on with mastery learning, right? So students will have more than one opportunity to demonstrate mastery in these ELOs. And that has to be the case if you're talking about mastery learning, because if you're saying these things are truly essential and you have to pass these things, we have to get students multiple opportunities to try to do that, because that's only fair, right? And we want our students to succeed, want our students to learn. Our goal is to get them to understand those ELOs, those objectives, so they're prepared for that level course, which will make more sense when we talk about the policy a little bit more here in a second.
Yeah. Next slide, please. We go to the next slide. So there's three components of how the ELOs are going to be determined. Number one, which I alluded to, is state standards. We have to follow standards. There's a ton of state standards out there, and the idea is to prioritize those state standards that what we need for our communities and our district. And it's going to be the teachers are going to have a big part of making that decision across the district. Which goes to the next one, which is teacher recommendations. Look, as Jeremy passionately said, like the board considers, our teachers to be the experts in their fields, and we have to make sure following them when it comes to what those student outcomes should look like. And then this is just the district decision. So we have to make this a district-wide curriculum. It can't be site by site. The district has to be all together, and it's going to make it so much easier for improving the system, because all of the campus sites are on the same page. And especially as the example is here, when a course feeds into another course, for example, IM1, IM2 to IM3. So we have to be on the same page there. You think hear me on that before I get go?
So the ELOs, actually, is that the next slide?
We're going to talk about what those are. Yeah.
We'll go to the next slide.
Yep. Then. So what they should be. So ELOs, number is four. Necessary and essential for student success. Number two, should be clearly described and defined. That's something a ton from our committee meetings. Should be clearly articulated to students, parents, and administration. Fourth, ELOs for the same course. As an example, with English, ideally be the same school or educational site.
So the reason why we have that is, that point 4 there is, if you're a ninth grade English teacher and you're saying, in order for my students to be successful in English 10, they have to master these handful of things, right? That shouldn't be whether you're at Colfax or Placer or Forest Hill or it doesn't matter like what you're at. If those are what's essential, because you as a group are saying that it's essential, it should be essential. Now, years ago, I mentioned earlier that the district had gone through this process, and the teachers had all developed ELOs for their quizzes. Unfortunately, it didn't really ever go anywhere, because those learning objectives were never actually essential. We call that, but that's not really what they were. They weren't essential. Student didn't pass that thing. They're passed along in their grade based on their grade average, right? Not based on whether they mastered the individual ELOs that we were talking about or not. So if we can go to the next slide, sir. So here are some examples of some ELOs for integrated math 3. So for example, and in other sites that have mastery learning, for example, Auckland High School is a perfect example. In the vast majority of all of the classrooms, when you walk into the classroom, there are posters up that show very clearly, what the ELOs are for that class. So it's on top of everybody's mind. All the students know it. The parents will know it. They come in on backlight and that kind of thing. So it's very clear on these are the things that I have to master in this class. So one of the big differences between an ELO and a proficiency scale are the proficiency scales are very much detailed. And Sarah, if you can click on where it says proficiency scales versus ELOs or the hyperlink, it should bring up a document. So this is an example of a proficiency scale. If you just kind of slowly scroll through it, proficiency scale or integrated math 3. You're going to see it's super detailed, which is problematic in it's not clear and concise, and the ELOs should be clear and concise. If you go to a site that has been doing mastery learning for some time, you're going to see their ELOs are effective, they're understood, they're clear, they're concise. And those are all things actually keys, because it's not just the teacher that's to understand what the ELOs are. The students have to understand it. Parents should understand what those ELOs are, so that everyone's on the same page. We all understand, okay, I have to show that I can master, quadratic equations, because if I don't, I'm going to be, passing the class, and I'm not going to be successful in next level class. So it's just really the point ELOs is to have those set of skills. You can go back to the slide, Sarah. Thank you. Those ELOs that are identified by the teachers that are teaching in that subject area, that they, in that next level class, these are the things that they have to have mastered previously to be successful. Now, about 2 months ago, I'm gonna walk through, and I walked into a math teacher's classroom on one of our sites. I heard the math teacher talking to a student, and he didn't know that I was there when I walked in. And she was telling the math student, you should. I can't remember what the topic was because this is a couple months ago. But she was like, I can't teach that whole thing. You should have learned that 2 years ago. And so that's kind of the point of LOs. Like if you don't know it, they're not moving on. And because they're not moving on because they're not needing to move on. We don't want to set our students up for failure. The whole idea here is to set them up for success, not up for failure. So setting them up for success means getting them to a point where they need to be on mastery of those few things that are super essential in that next level class. Sorry. If you can go to the next, sir. This is your.
Yeah, I'll take this. So what does that look like as far as the assigning grades? So 2 things: moving back to 100 scale, and moving to an A through F grading system. Hearing from the community, hearing the things that what Jeremy had mentioned before, and I've talked about this a few times too, is that it's okay for students to know that they failed something, haven't completed it to the best of their ability. The worry that we started to see potential for inflation with what we had in before, and that's not comprehension with grade inflation. Passing kids just to pass them to get the grades up and out of them complete, and so we still have tenets which you'll see here in a moment. But what we loud and clear was we want to have a clear understanding on a 100-point scale exactly where we stand and how we can progress and what is needed, and that goes back to that communication between the students and the teachers. We can go to, I think, slide 15.
Okay, actually, can I say something before the next
ahead.
slide? So one of the things that we heard over and over again from especially student parents was that the 4-point scale that they were using BE was difficult to understand. There was issues with it, with like how difficult it was to get a 4, that kind of. So there's all this confusion and difficulty in interpretation and understanding around that 4 scale. So we want to get rid of that 4-point scale. Now, looking at the slide here where it says, it shows A, B, C, D, and F, right? So D, however, a D grade would not be a grade that a student would get. I'll point this out, is not a grade that a student would get during the course itself. That would be an end of course grade, right? So the way that it would work is as the students are going through their course, they would be having assessments and assignments to demonstrate mastery in the ELOs, among other stuff that they're going to be doing, and we'll talk that in a second. But they'll demonstrate in their ELOs. If for some reason an ELO was taught and assessed and didn't pass that ELO, they're going to have opportunity to relearn it, learn it, and get rest on it, just like within CBE, and those are good teaching practice. The idea at the end of the course, if there's students that have not mastered, one or more of those ELOs within a certain, grade range anywhere, you need to be reasonable about it. Get an incomplete grade, just like what we've been doing within the district. It can have a period of up to 6 weeks, just like what we've been correct that to get reassessed on those the ELO or 2 or 3 ELOs maybe that they have not successfully shown mastery in. They'll give additional time to do that, in addition to the time that they would have already gotten in reteaching and relearning during the normal class environment, during the normal of the class, right? And another reason why we want to throw D grade in there is if they were given that income, they had 6 weeks to complete. If they either chose not to complete that ELO work, for some reason didn't, then the students kind of have some flexibility and some options here, right? They can either retake the course, which is what's typically going to be encouraged, which is what we have been doing, right? We've been gets a now in an A through G course, and most of our campuses they're retaking that class already. So it's going to be similar to the one thing that I was And by the way, and I did this out there, throw this out earlier, but there are things in this policy that I like, and there's things in this policy that I don't like. But this is not about my preferences. This is about like what we've been hearing from all of the different people, pick it together, and we feel like it's going to work. One of the comments that really stuck with me, however, when it comes to the incomplete or credit versus the option of giving a D, is we heard in one of the grading committee meetings, one of our continuation high school teachers that made a comment. I don't even remember who what the teacher's name wasn't, and I apologize for that if you're listening. But she made a mention about how important it would have been for some of our students to have been able to get a D rather than a no credit if they were truly in the range before they went to the continuation high school and were so far deficient on their credits, it was almost impossible for them to graduate. Right, so that's one of the things that we're trying to avoid here and try to address here as well is that students that we don't want falling too far behind credits if we can avoid it, and that this is kind of one way of making that compromise on how we can actually best address the needs of that grade group of students.
Go to the next slide. This summarizes what Jeffries is talking about. So I'm going to go over it again because I think it's really important. Again, a D will not be given until we get to the end of the course. So it'll be incomplete, and it may be temporary because we're going to go through the same situations before, where the students are going to have a chance to show mastery. They're going to have a chance to go and get that ELO to a pass grade. But like Jeremy mentioned, it's important that we recognize everybody. And there are some kids in our district who want a D so they can move on and they can graduate. And that's okay if that's the vision that they've made. And what does, when we talk about what does CLO look like for achieving ELOs, those mastering an ELO? So first, mastering all ELOs. So example. So let's just say it's 5 ELOs and I am one. And of those 5, I have an 85% on average on 4 of them. But one of them, I'm below a 64%, below 65%. I'm sitting at 64. Even though I have an average that's right around B, I still have to retake the class if I wish to, in order to get that grade up, that one ELO above 65%. And so that's our number one goal. And then another one, what close looks is overall percent is at 65 or above, but I'm missing one or more ELOs. And then the last piece is we're going to give autonomy to the teachers to decide on plus minus grading. That's that we heard a lot over the last few months. Both the student and the teachers, the desire to have either an A+ or an A-, etc.
We also heard from the flip side of that. We heard from some staff that didn't want the A or the plus and minus with the grades. Yep. Because it encourages like the point chasing with students. So we heard both perspectives, which is exactly why we said this needs to be action of the teacher because they're the ones that are going to understand best their group of students and their curriculum, how they're teaching and what they're teaching. Go to the next slide.
Yeah,
sir.
next slide. So what's the grade book look like? So we went and again when we went to meet with Rockland, they had 70% of their grade was based on assessments. 30% of their grade was based on participation, was based on homework activities. Listening again to the community, we felt going at a 50-50 split made the most sense. So 50% of students' grade it will include the assessments and the assignments. And again, as we already mentioned, if they've not demonstrated mastery on all ELOs taught in the course, meaning a 65% or higher, they would have the option to retake that ELO during the grace period in January, in between the second semester, or in the similar to what we're already doing now. In fact, the carbon gate, what we're already doing now, as far as being able to grow and be able to retake that ELO. The remaining grading grade average or grading grade percentage would include homework, include different standards such as participation and their activities within the class.
So, stepping back, so one of the big deviations here between policy and CE was CBE. The only thing that could be graded were those proficiency scales. Were all it did equally, and that was the only thing that was actually assessed in the course. The problem, so ELOs. We'll talk about ELOs. So ELOs, the way that these work, I'll give an example in the video production courses, CTE courses that I taught when I was in the. So there might have been 47 or so standards. The state saying you need to teach these series of things in your class, right? Which is a lot. In some other classes, it's a lot more than that even. The problem is we don't want to have 47 things as essential learning objectives because they're not essentials. For example, one of the state standards in the classes that I taught was the students need to understand and appreciate the historical references to film development or something like that. Like that it's not really all that important. Teach it, yeah. I taught it. I had some kind of lesson revolving around that in some way. I was required to. I would never say that's an essential thing for them to understand and demonstrate to move on to video 2. Is the whole objective of the ELOs are those handful of things that are truly essential for them to be successful at that next level class that they're going to be taking. So that's where the other 50 of the grade comes in. It's all those other things other than just the ELOs that are assessed over the course of the term. Things that those other 8 standards that are not part of the ELOs necessarily. I don't know if that makes sense to you. I'm explaining that very well or not. So that's why we kind of have that 50-50 split. So 50% are those absolutely 100%. You got to pass these. These things are essential, and the other 50% of the grade is everything else that the teacher deems important, but not a. You can go to the next
slide. I'll take this one, and then you've got the last 3. All right, great. As we talked about, retakes are important to demonstrating that you understand the curriculum. We heard from the community that retakes are good, but there has to be more of a definition on it. So if a course offers retakes, there should be a defined and communicated standard for required and preparation for a retake. And the number of retakes. We have unlimited retakes. That was not working. Students weren't learning the ability to have more discipline, and it's very difficult for the teachers at the same time. And then retake versions. Retakes may, but are not required to include a modified of an assignment or assessment. What retakes, aren't students will not have unlimited retakes, as mentioned. And then the last piece is each department or teaching team should establish these guidelines for retake. Similar to what we did with the augmentation of having the departments sites coming up what's going to be best for teachers within their department.
So each department, teacher group, they need to kind of sit down and decide not only what the ELOs are going to be, what's our retake policy going to look like? How many retake offers are we going to provide? What are they going to look like? What preparation are we going to expect of our students prior to doing a retake? What things and the way to avoid here is one of the pieces of feedback we heard from a lot of different people, including some of the students in the room, where students would be like, it'd be coming in on test day, like, I'm not going to take the test, whatever, I'll just take it next time. I'm not ready for it today. I'll take it next week or whatever. Like, we want to try to avoid that. We want to have them, they have to actually show that they prepared themselves for that retake. They put some effort in before they can that assessment again or that assignment again that's evaluating the ELO. It's an important concept here. We want to make sure that the students are required to put in that effort before them in that retake. And again, it's in my opinion, it was ridiculous to have unlimited retakes in the first place. Because even when we said it was unlimited retakes, it wasn't limited retakes, and I would argue anybody in any teachers perhaps back of the room that want to suggest that there was unlimited retakes, because there wasn't unlimited retakes. There never been a thing like whenever a term was in, you had to put a grade in, right? So that's not unlimited retakes. Like, we use common sense here. So we are massaging this as best we can to address some of these needs that came up and some of the issues that were addressed.
No, next.
you want me to go over this one?
Yeah, you got the last three.
Okay. So the role plan, obviously we're not going to, as a board, we're not going to dictate exactly what this rollout plan looked, but there's some things that we wanted out, mostly based on the feedback that we got in those the committee meetings, the 3 committee meetings that we held. The first one is fast. So what we mean by that is one of the big negative comments that we heard about the CBE rollout was that it happened too fast. So we want to make sure that whatever the rollout looks like moving forward, it's slow, it's methodical, it's thought through. Teachers are on board. Teachers have had time to adapt to it and adjust it. Super important. We need to
real quick. We're not recreating the wheel, and this
Right.
is all that was being done before CE was put in place. As Jeremy mentioned on prior slides, with Joe Feldman and grading practices, these are things that are already in place.
Bullet point 2 there, teach time to develop and agree upon the course ELOs. Again, we're not reinventing the wheel. Most courses, the ELOs already exist. Now we're not saying that go forward with those ELOs. Like, we want the staff to revisit those things. Say, are they truly essential? Are these good? Are they written well? Are they clear? Are they concise? Are they absolutely essential for next level class? Which is the whole emphasis we're trying to make. Is the ELOs should be vitally essential for that next success in the next level class. And the teachers are going to need professional development time and PLC time. So for those of you that don't understand the difference, let me explain that. So here in the district, we have typically at least 2, sometimes 3 or more professional development days. The days, non-student days, where the teachers and staff are on site, but students are not. And they do professional development meeting. We typically 1 in the fall, 1 in the spring. Sometimes we'll have 1 more also before school starts, beginning of the school year. They need some of that time to do the things that we're asking them to do, to develop those ELOs, the policies, and that kind of thing. And also the PLC time, that PLC time refers to that time on the short Mondays. So the students are out at like 2:36 or whatever. So 36 to contract time ends at, I don't know what time it is, 4:45. So that in there is designed already every Monday for teachers to get together, to collaborate, to come up with common comments and those kinds of things. So they need some of that time as well to get together and collaborate on this policy that we're rolling out, what the ELOs are going to look like, what the retake policy is going to look like, and all that kind of thing.
And to make sure that's district, right? Again, we want
Correct.
we want, this is a district-wide initiative. This is not just a campus initiative.
Right, and one of the things that we heard, the pushbacks that we from, heard at least from 2 different teachers at some of our smaller sites, is that they felt like the bigger site, for example, we're going to push their will, so to speak, against the rest, and we don't want that either. We want this to truly be a collaborative team effort for all the teachers within that subject area across the board, so that we are all on the same page. We kind of all agree to the best of our ability. And yeah, so that's important as well. We are going to need some time for select groups of teachers to kind of pilot some kind of a program and see, kind of like work through that process, just piloting curriculum or piloting a textbook. You try it out, what works, you tweak things, you make changes if necessary. So for example, a teacher might pilot, using mastery learning with integrated math 1, and they find toward the end of that pilot process that this one, ELO wasn't actually, super essential for the next level, or it wasn't written very well, or the student didn't understand it because it was written, or any kinds of things like they have the process to work out the kinks in the system, so to speak. So the piloting process comes in. And lastly, whatever that role plan ends up looking like, teachers union is going to have an MOU in place, agreeing to how this rollout process is going to look. So we understand and acknowledge that as well. But again, I want to get back to that bullet point, or slow is fast. Like, we want to be methodical and slow and concise about how we hold this process out so it's successful. We don't want to roll out like what happened last year with CBE. We want this successful rollout where we can get the vast majority of people on board. Again, not what happened in EE. The vast majority of staff was not on board. And it came through very early by the surveys that were done by the teachers union to their own teacher. So that was not Tom and I speaking, by the way. So that's kind of what we're hoping for, is kind of a slow, methodical, thought through rollout that incorporates all these things, but it's teacher centered. The teachers are at the center of this process. They have to be.
I think the last three slides are just really the beginning as we were building board policy out, we started to get into how it looks like and best practices. So we got a little ahead of ourselves probably, and this has the makings of an AR, which is not done by us, and so which is great. I think just shows the forward thinking, and we want to see, okay, how does this look, right? And all of a sudden, the next slide is what you get.
Some of these best practices from conversations that we had with
can go to the next
with the stakeholder groups, and also putting in some of the things that we are expecting to see from these, from this policy, if and when it gets implemented. Things like grades shall be transparent. Like we heard from pretty much every student and parent that was at any of those meetings. Like they want to be able to understand how the students are being graded, why they're being graded on. They want to be clear on what they need to do to succeed and achieve at a high level. So it needs to be super clear. If we can go to the next slide, Sarah. Is there anything you want to point out on that? Actually, we can go back to the first one, Sarah. Sorry. One of the things that we wanted to point out, or things we wanted to point out here, is, and I know this is a bone of contention with some staff members, and my wife has been having this debate for probably 10 years now. Extra credit, because she always reminds what I call extra credit is not what other people think of as extra credit. But we had a policy at one point in this district that disallowed the use of extra credit, and we feel that if it's academic focused, extra credit, extra points, if academic focus, there's no problem with that. That should be encouraged. And I can give you an example of how I saw that differently than my wife. So in my video classes, when my video students complete a project, it takes a group of students to do it. Like it's difficult to do a project, almost impossible to do a project completely by yourself, right? So whenever I would assign you a project, you have on the other students to help you and work with you and do their part, complete the project. And sometimes it's just really, sometimes that doesn't happen. Like sometimes the group doesn't gel, or somebody doesn't show up on a day that they're supposed to show up home, or whatever the case was, and the group just doesn't complete the assignment. I would do then is I would those individuals an extra assignment that they could do that was worth the same amount of points. I would have to call it extra credit, because it's not something that I would assign to everybody else, and it's not points that go against. They don't do it, right? That's kind of what the definition of extra credit is, right? So it's non. That's academic focused extra. It's not non-academic focused extra credit. Non-academic focused extra credit is what most people have that they don't like. Like, I'm going to give you 5 points for bringing in a box of tissue, or I'm going to give you 10 points for going to the school play night, or something like that. That's not what we're talking about. We want to encourage just to, if they so desire, to use academic focused extra credit in their classes.
And I'll just say, sorry,
no, okay.
Okay. On 7, participation. Countless conversations I've had with folks that parents that said, and students that said, gosh, tough for me. I'm just not the best test taker, but I really thrive on the homework. My homework proves that I know the curriculum, and I raise my hand in class, and I'm good at that. And that's something that I've felt like was innate in me. But I knew in order to get my grades up, I had to be well read. And I loved hearing that. So that's why I took this into place to say, okay, 50 split feels right, so that you can see how well-rounded a kid is and all the different assets that they bring. So I thought that was important, just to hit on anticipation.
One of the reasons for that line item in this policy as well is there was a policy from the previous board at one point that disallowed grading based on participation, and that never made sense to me. How can you have a class like a PE class, or performing arts class, or dance class, or choir class, and not be able to grade on participation? Like, doesn't make sense. So we open that back up, so that if it's and we're not talking about necessarily participation, like give you 5 points and you raise your hand. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about, like, if it's a choir class, are you standing there, with your hand folded, not singing, not opening your mouth, not doing anything, or are you actually participating? Like are you actually doing what you were asked to do? And some of our courses, participation is vital, right? For example, reflect back on my video classes that I was teaching a number of years in the district. So collaboration was super important. And again, remember, those students are working in a group project. They all need to be participating. If not participating, they're hurting the rest of the group, right? So we're giving the flexibility to the teachers to kind of think about how they grade on participation, or if they grade on participation, and if they feel like it's necessary, to allow them to. Sorry, I'm gonna go to the next slide, Sarah. Kind of similar with the 21st century soft skills, and that participation piece kind of goes along with that as well. These are skills that, especially in our CTE classes, that we are required to teach. But based on how some of our previous board policies and grading practice policies were, teachers had some real difficulty grading on some of these things that the state was telling us we need to be assessing these. So we wanted to open that back up and make sure that they understand these soft skills are something that we can be assessing students on, and we should be, especially in CTE classes, we should be assessing students on. In those career technical classes, these are the classes that are supposed to be, as part of the class, preparing these students for that career field. And so if your career field is broadcast journalism, and you need to be able to be a person that's that it's working with a group and collaborating, managing time well, and all these kinds of things that otherwise might be difficult to fit into a grade in some way. Did you have anything else on that?
No, I think CTE was really important to me on this slide, and it goes to meeting every student on where they are, giving them the ability to know that they have a trajectory, but also just meeting them where they are. That's all.
And number 11 again. This is common sense and good teaching practices that we all already know, but we heard so much from students and the parents over the last few months that we wanted to make sure we elaborated and highlighted this particular topic again. Is that the expectation is that we're going to be providing clear and reasonable feedback for students in a way that they can understand that feedback. So that's super important. If we can go to the next slide. And I wanted to reiterate that there's lots of compromises that were built into this policy for the reasons that I explained earlier, like different groups. We had two different trains of thought, so to speak, and we're trying to bring everybody into this place and a policy that's going to be successful for everyone. So there was lots of compromise in it, and I mean, it is what it is. It's something that can be tweaked later on down the road if we find like this one aspect of the policy is not working out real well, or not working out as expected, or something that's totally tweak as we move forward. And that's something that as we move forward, as this becomes ended, we're going to continuously get feedback from the staff about what's working well, what's not working well, and that kind of stuff. I just want to throw out there again that this policy, as you guys are seeing it here, is not a policy that Tom 100% agrees with, or that I 100% agree, because I think both of us have it here that we don't really like, but we felt like it was a good compromise based on all the feedback that we got, which was a lot of feedback. So
thank you, Jeremy.
You guys, that was a major lift, and I sincerely appreciate all the work that you guys put in on that. Before we have board conversation around, I'd like to open it up. We do have some public comment on this. Got a number of public comments.
You don't want our discussion first?
I think well, it's up to you. Would you guys prefer to have a conversation before, or to have feedback?
Well, I've got a lot of things that I'll say.
Okay.
Okay. Start.
Yeah.
One second. Sorry, just a reminder of it's 9:15. That's going to have to get a time limit of 10 and make a decision.
Noted.
So, yep.
Well, then let's go to comments and can just kind of take a look at what you guys have presented, and we can work on this.
Okay.
Outside of here. Some things I like, some things I don't like. I want to have a chance to
address
go into
it.
that based on my experience in the classroom.
Yep.
I'm not ready to vote or anything.
Sure.
That. There's
Yeah.
not even
And that was the disclaimer beginning, right?
maybe there's some thing that we can look at and work on. There's something I like, some things I really don't like.
Yeah, this is a lot to digest in one night, and I think they're mindful of that as well. And it's getting late. I don't want to rush any decisions around this. This is really important. Talk about the reason why we're here. It's academic for our babies, and so we don't need to rush this. Okay, so with that in mind, we have Mark Wright up first, followed by Rachel Cottingham, and then Rebecca Redding, and then at that we'll give you the next three. Thank you for running the board meeting marathon tonight with us.
No problem. Well, thank you guys for taking, and it's not clear to me in this that you guys presented tonight that I hope you guys solve is the issue heard when CBE was first rolled out, and the students had to deal with, and that was applying to college and applying for scholarships and applying for different things that everyone's based on the ABD, course grades. And kids were saying how they were being held back, the ones that could achieve, ones that would have been A+ students. They didn't get the A+ because of the way that the new one was rolled out. I think that really is a detriment to our students who are working hard. So we shouldn't hurt the kids who could achieve, just to help bring up some kids who don't achieve as well. I was never an achiever in school. I was always the low one on the thing. So I would have been the D guy down there. That was me. This didn't sit with me. That doesn't mean I didn't still go to a 4-year college and get a bachelor's degree and get a minor in Bible. So I mean, still school and I learned and got an A in English, which I never thought I would have done. But anyways, but I through high school, that wasn't it. That's what I hope we saw with this is that they fix that biggest problem and also teach the kids that there are deadlines. And so what job you have, that you don't have a deadline to come done. You have to be done at some point your job. You can't drag it on for 10 years. And I actually like to see maybe add on a little thing I didn't see in your thing. That is, if you choose not to take a test. Now you took a test and you didn't do well, you gotta retake it. But if you choose not to take the test, your next time you can't get 100%. You lose 10 points, you lose 5 points, you lose something. There's a reason that you just can't get freebies. I mean, so there should be a reason you take something. So I like to see you add to the policy. That's mine. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Rachel, Rebecca, and then Caitlin.
Hello, my name is Rachel Nottingham. I teach at Forest High School. I first wanted to say I appreciate all the work that you guys put into it. Obviously, it seems like a lot. But I also want to mention that it's a whole different animal in practice. We required as teachers to get our certificate to actually physically teach in a classroom before we actually can earn a job. So in practice, we need to apply our skills for being. So in practice for teaching, we need to apply our skills. So physically being there and doing it is so much different than looking at the theory, which is why student teaching exists. Just that point I wanted to make. Also a little about myself, if you guys don't know me. I'm from Forest Hill. Hopefully you've heard of it. I'm a Del Oro grad, and I was proud to join this district 19 years ago at Still High School. I have a daughter who just graduated from Forest Hill High School and a son entering next year. Love my school very, very much. But over time, I've had to say bye to a lot of workers. And a lot of times what they cite, the reason why they leave is they're spread so thin. They have so many demands on them. Just to paint a picture for you. Taught leadership, drama, PE. I've taught culinary, art, photo, and ceramics. You probably don't even know what degree I hold because I'm so talented. Speaking of which, all of the teachers that are up tonight, between us, have many awards. Many awards. Myself, because I need to mention that. But it adds extra workload to dictate to us what we're doing for grading. 4-point scale works wonderful for me. It's reduced my workload, but it doesn't work for all my workers. Some of my coworkers really wanted to 100-point scale, and I think that's okay. But for the last 5 years, all of our new hires have been trained on 4-point scale. We're going to ask these people to now switch over to something entirely different that they're maybe not accustomed to, and maybe they learned in theory in their teacher credentialing classes. But I probably don't have to tell you that teaching is dying. We're losing people. You can't find good people to work for us. They're leaving the profession, even the first 5 years, citing burnout. We can't keep asking them and micromanaging like this. Also, I'm a trustee for the Forest Hill Union School District. I was appointed in 2018. I served through COVID, which Trustee Underwood would probably realize is an important. And I feel that my opinion is very important. And I feel like this is my managing. This is not something that's within a board's responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much. Becca, Caitlin, and Emily.
Good evening. Thank you for continuing on. I'm going to try this in 3 minutes. It's not sure. I'm reading. I've been teaching for a very long time, since 1997. Started my career at Rockland High School. I have about 10 years of experience at Rockland High School. I'm very familiar with how they do grading. I've had the pleasure of working at Forest Hill, Colfax, Del Oro, and I'm going to make it the trifecta. I'm going to go to Placer. My entire career, I've dealt with, utilized, refined, mastery grading. My entire career. And there's no way I'm getting through this in 3 minutes. When I joined this district in 2007, I was very impressed by PUHSD's emphasis, value that it placed upon developing relationships, leveraging trust, and action-oriented collaboration. We see that in the historical professional development efforts. It's that research-based, not just opinion-based. This was addressed by committees comprised largely of teachers, district administrators, such as TOSAs or curriculum coordinators. This is seen in the work of Glasser's book on quality schools and choice theory and relationship development. Getting old, sorry. And was seen in the once ubiquitous plaques that was asked, how will this improve student achievement? I don't see those so much anymore. Everything was based upon. The district took to heart the value of relationships, and over many years of targeted work and discussion, relationships and trust became the guiding light for all endeavors. Trust. Moving from ELOs that were introduced through Feldman's work and the work of the DeFores, we implemented this slowly and organically. And when we talk about bringing them, and I know you're saying it's nothing new, I think the whole shakeup is that it was utilized across the district to its integrity, and that's the problem. So when it was supposed to be evolving toward CBE, however you feel about it, there were definitely large pockets where ELOs were not being implemented, retakes were not being offered as opportunities to students, and so it wasn't just CBE, it wasn't just for rubric. It was like what, retakes? I was really surprised to see that in some places, because I thought that's what we were all doing. And so, some places have a bigger mission than others. That's just the way it works. It's easier to steer a canoe than at a ship, right? And so I've had the very amazing opportunity and pleasure to work at two of our smaller sites that have been very nimble and capable of implementing ELOs with integrity. And I definitely got through like a third of this, but please, as you have said, trust the educators. We have been trained not just in our craft, in our content, but how to grade. We're
Thank you so
experts.
much.
Thank you.
And I'd like to read the rest of that if you want to shoot that over. Girl, I can read it. I promise you that.
Should you sit down and get back and finish?
Yeah. Well, we have to honor our 3 minutes, Trustee Lake, but I appreciate your soft heart. All right, Caitlin, you're up.
Hey, I'm going to do a thing that makes me deeply uncomfortable, super cringy. And under normal circumstances, I would not do this thing. 2.5 weeks ago, all 5 of you shook my hand as Placer Union High School district teacher in this room, right? Thank you. Cringy. It's cringy. It's the second time I've been given that honor. 2 different districts, and I worked in 2 districts. I feel really good about that track record. Also a Master of Education. I have that degree. I have 12 years of collegiate courses to my name. And we'll never ever understand why the field of education is the one where outside professionals can come in and try to do it. One dentist, Trustee Lake. It would like me telling you how to extract a tooth correctly, but I need a sticky note on the room mirror to remember to floss, right? And I don't mean to be disrespectful, but that's what it feels like. It's insane, right? And to the gentleman in the back, high school, 5 students heading to UCLA next year. Acceptances to Cornell, Western, and Columbia. Trustee Jeffries mentioned that our ceremony was very nice, and you're right, it was very nice, but he forgot to mention our seniors received over $1 million in scholarships this year alone. More kids than I can have already secured jobs and internships in the trades, and CH proudly touts for new recruit to the United States Marine Corps. But what do I know about Matthew? So, I'm tired of my own voice on this subject, to convince you to leave a system that's 150 years old. I can't even get my own area to trust to respond to an email. So I'm done talking about it. But what I will say is I'm going to ask, as you dive deeper into this, that you trust teachers as the experts, which you called us multiple times in that presentation, to their own decisions about grading. Trustee Underwood, who was the only one to email me back today, in one sentence, said, we need unanimity across the district. Unanimity literally means agreement by all. Not majority, 5. And so I think what we need to really consider is what happens when you take professionals in their field and you make them feel they don't know what they're talking about. And I have, as I mentioned earlier, the credentials to prove that you have told me I know what I'm doing. So let me do it, please. Thank you.
Real quick, I'm looking at this time here. I'm glad that you brought that up. I'm going to make a brief statement on professionals and why a board exists when they don't have to be from field. You know, in America, in the United States of America, we have representative government, and this is a government institution. And I know that's setting sometimes, but I think sometimes, like we talk about echo chamber, it's important to have outsiders come in, and it's not telling you what to do. It's about a representative government. We're a policy-making body, and under the laws of the state of California, that's what we're here to do. And I know that's not easy times. But we absolutely respect your role as an expert in the field and as a teacher, which has been acknowledged tonight. And it's not easy to be a trustee. I'm going to defend table here for a minute because they're here to serve their community, and that's the law of this country. All right. Okay, Emily, you're up. And by the way, I didn't see that you emailed. When you said it, I said, did I even have an email? I must have been on my way here, but I haven't seen it. My apologies.
Hello again. It's really hard to follow that because yes, to all of that, everything. It's amazing. Caitlin is a wonderful human being. Caitlin, a master's in education. I have over a decade in the classroom. I've taught a ton of things, just like Rachel. Right now I'm teaching theater and stage tech and business leadership and IB theater, and multiples of each of those. I do it in 2 blocks, so they're all together. So it's really difficult to do. And the proficiency skills make it insanely easier for me. And I just want to touch on that, that it makes it easier for me to run my classes where I have multiple classes, multiple levels in one block. It makes it easier for the students because I can rubric up right now that proficiency scale and say, here's exactly what you need to do to get this grade. They know they can ask questions, show them examples. It is very clear. The presentation you just gave was not clear at all. When I came to this district, we were grading on the 4-point scale using ELOs, which was completely new to me. I had maybe a 15-minute conversation about it with my department chair. I understood it immediately. I said, that sounds great. Let's go. It didn't take me 50 minutes and however slides to explain it. It was simple.
straightforward, communicative. Please just let us do what we know is best for our student in our classrooms. Don't presume to know what our day-to-day is like, because it's different. Colleagues at other campuses don't teach multiple levels and multiple classes at the same time the way I do. My class is going to look different. Please give me the freedom as an expert to do that, to have my classroom look the way it needs to look so that my students can succeed. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think might have one more.
Do I have another? I do. We do. Just a side board at 33. We'll have to make a motion to extend our time past 10 if we did, but we do have closed session. As a reminder, we have 2 more items.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Darren. I'm a teacher at Placer High School, and I've also, like Miss Reddy over there, I've taught at Colfax, Doloro, Phil, and Pastor. So I've been around a little. I'm gonna probably be a little brain just because the presentation you guys made was very large. You have a lot of information to give us, so I understand why it was so big. So no way I could cover everything. So I kind of jump around a little bit. We've been using ELOs in the district for a very, very long time. I think I started using them at Forest Hill probably 2012, 2013. So they've been established. They've been being used, probably changed, modified all throughout time. But they're not a new concept, not a new idea. So we understand them very, very well, how they work. The students are familiar with the idea of them. Maybe they're not always called ELO, but they understand that it's an essential learning outcome. With the 4-point scale, I think that it's very, very important we allow teachers at what site that they're at use that if they want to use it, because I know for a fact that it works well for some teachers. It works very well for them, better than the 100-point scale. I know that some teachers prefer the 100-point scale. I also know that if you're a student in a 4-point scale in Sarah Schober's English class, and a student in an English class at Plaster who uses a 100-point scale, they can get the same education, they can get the scholarships, they can get opportunities. It's just a different way to look at the outcome of their grade. It's not going to affect the equity they're learning in this. There's an issue, I think, with the 50% mark for the ELs, and that is, it comes back to the slide 4, where you mentioned the new grading policy would encourage equity. If I at Placer set my grade book 50% ELOs, 50% participation, but someone at Dollar does 50% ELOs, and that's it. That's not equitable for students between the two different sides. They're going to have a different experience in the classroom with the different grading ways. We also mentioned that each department, like between say Spanish or English, different grading policies, which again would not encourage equity in the grade scales. And then I mentioned that already. Writing scholarships, I think my wife saw this on a Luminous Facebook group that the Dollar High School graduates this year got over $2 million in scholarships, which is awesome and fantastic, and they did it with CBE 4-point scale. So the idea that they can't get scholarships with 4-point scale is laughable, and it doesn't warrant listening to. Lastly, I would say that my daughter graduated from Placer 2 years ago, and she's gone through our programs. She's gotten scholarships. She's gotten into one of the hardest schools to get into in California, Poly. So it's the idea that CBE will hinder that, or the 4-point scale hinder that is just not true. I think that we should still keep it open for a little bit longer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, and another. Calm down. Another sidebar, I believe we have 2 teachers on this board that also have master's degrees. So we do have some experts in this field on this board. Go ahead.
Hi. I didn't write anything out, so I'm a little worried because sometimes I can go off topic. I'm Debbie Jeffrey, wife to Jeremy Jeffries. I've been a teacher 28 years. I've been in the district 10 years. I also have taught at Rockland for 3 years, so I've been a part of the essentials. They didn't call it ELOs; it was essential skill, so it's just embedded in my brain. A lot of things that I could share. I want to start by saying that I have seen firsthand the amount of hours that people have put in and I know it's a lot. I think it's just trying to make sure they're covering all their bases. It was not to overwhelm people. This guy right here had me every time I'm questioning everything because he knows that I will question everything when it comes to teaching. You have a master's in education. I don't have any awards to accolade. I've never gotten an award in my 28 years of teaching, but I'd like to think I'm a really good teacher. I'd like to think that the things that I hear about my students and my admin that support me and that give me accolades and love coming to my classroom, I think I'm a really good teacher. Times it's hard when you don't get those awards, but it doesn't mean that you're not a good teacher when you get them. And I'm really excited because the 3 years I spent at Rockland has by far in my 28 years teaching been the most informative in terms of how I want to run my class. And it has a lot of freedom. We had freedom when we had it, but when I got there, it was very scripted. I was like, I can't write my own test. Like, I give this test as this department, right? So I was a little hesitant, but after a year, I was on board because it became being in PLCs where we actually decided if we liked these essential skills and did we keep them and how we assess them. We went from a check system to giving a score out of 4, not a 4-point scale, but it's something more, which is fine. I think ultimately, I think the idea this is great. I think on your hands is to please a lot of people. There's a lot of people that have very strong opinions on both sides. As a teacher, I will at the end of the day always revert to a teacher, and I still have a hard time telling anyone at any level if they are doing with a 4-point scale. To me, as long as it can go in the grade book at the end, as ABC, whatever, I think it really should matter. I know you guys are trying to take a lot of things like confusion that some people had, but I think sites can make their own decisions. I feel like it's been said we haven't clientele. I don't think that would be a huge problem. I think it could still be something incorporated into what you guys have put together. I love that you put teachers at the forefront, and I hope that still is the case, and I think will be. Hopefully you're hearing us, but we'll never agree. There's teachers I cannot get behind a 4-point scale. It doesn't work for me. Tried. I really did. It did for me, but it works for a lot of other people. And I think that that's something. And I think that can still work in something that's mastery learning. I don't think it has to be through the window. I'd like to see us find a way to make some compromise with that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Come on down. Sarah, you're up next.
Okay. That was so hard to follow. First of all, I believe the last student meeting, sorry, not student board meeting, what are they called? Student voice meeting. And I wanted to bring up a few for that. But first thing is Mr. Caminetti asked an amazing question, and it was, what should a ideal math class look like? Mm-hmm. I don't remember that. That's what you asked. And with that, I asked everybody as their icebreaker question, who's your favorite math teacher? And I want to say, Mrs. Rees got the most likes the entire math department. So please give it up for her really fast. Before I get to my point about CBE, because she's so lovely. I just texted a parent who's asked me about math teacher suggestions, and I said Miss Jeffries. So she's awesome. Please say something on your way out of here. I did really just want to thank you guys for board policy and going back to that student voice meeting. A bunch of students I noticed across the district had totally different opinions of CBE. And because even in math, think about it. If we're thinking of an ideal math room, in our culture, we're thinking about grading systems. So I know at Delaware, we are all saying, like, no CBE. But at the same time, I got a chance, this is Jay back there, and I got to go to Colfax, and I got to see what they do. And I talked to some students, and they loved it. I talked to some students, and they're like, get me out of this. So it's totally fluctuating, get that. And to be quite honest, I was sitting there, and I was like, Trustee Duncan, I don't know if I agree with that, but I'm sure Jay and Shoaf were doing the same thing and saying about other stuff. Trustee Duncan, I don't know if I agree with that. And that's how I think negotiations go. We can't have it perfect. I realize and I recognize. And there's not everything that I agree with. I think that this, to be honest, is the best compromise. And but I also want to remind you guys that you guys have had conversations. And I'm going to say that I don't know how President Spade, Trustee Late, or maybe Trustee Underwood feel this, because we haven't had that conversation yet. You guys haven't. But you guys, I know, have had those conversations. I see Trustee Spade. I'm not. I went to Placer, and like If you're not at, you're at Placer. Trustee Spade is like everywhere, I tell you. But so the last thing is, I feel for those teachers who feel like that they're being micromanaged, and the part that I've seen at Del Oro is teachers were being micromanaged by the old board, and the old board were being the one saying, you're doing this, you're doing this, you're doing this. And I'm personally, as a student listening to this presentation, I'm Mr. Jeffries, who, like I said, has a, and you guys are all elected and awesome, and I'm gonna make this quick, but you guys are telling us these things and all teacher based. So I feel you guys, but at the same time, it's a good compromise. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, cute hat.
Thanks. I wasn't really planning on coming, but then I did. So I don't usually dress. It's also summer. Anyway, my timer's going. I was just making notes as I was listening to the presentation. I'm hoping that if not tonight, I know that I was formerly a board member. I know you're not really supposed to address questions, so perhaps at a later time. But there's some interesting point. The 100-point scale part was added after that 70-hour post on Thursday, which is sort of interesting to me because I looked at it immediately on Thursday and it was there today when I checked again. So I'd be curious about that last minute addition. I'm also concerned, as Darren said, the 50% of the grade not based on lows. That worries me a bit. What will we be grading the kids on? Is it parties, these things like that? Some of those takeaways on that beautiful list you guys had from the grading committee are not represented in BP, and I'm curious about where those discrepancies are. And if you don't know they are, I'm sure there's some feedback circles, myself included, that can point out those predictions that don't really fit. You spoke about getting feedback, and you did. But I think that there's a lot of people who were not talked to. I think the risk of the survey was like 100 and something. Feel free to correct me. But I know it was not a huge number of people. It's good. Maybe they don't care. But I just want to be careful about things we say out loud because it makes it seem like we survey everyone when we didn't necessarily survey everyone. I know I was not personally talked to, but you are how I feel because I show up to everything. So. I'm bummed about the proficiency scales moving back to the ELOs. Like Emily said, the proficiency scales are amazing and they're clear. The ones that you showed, Jeffries, I've never seen those before. We actually have a four that's quite beautiful. And I looked up the IM3 ones just now and they don't look like that. So I'm not sure which ones you guys are looking at, but I'd be happy to share the most recent versions. They're much more student friendly and easy to read if that helps with the proficiency scale. Clarity. And then some of the things about like if you don't complete the ELOs and you get a D, I'm worried that we're telling students, you were saying just now that like we just pass students along, but if I give them an incomplete and they just not to do all the ELOs and they take D, I'm just passing them along. It's like ELOs they're not necessary for them to learn. So why are they essential? Right? So that's kind of just like one of those key parts that we would probably need to figure out. So I think that I annotated the board policy very thoroughly, did a few of my colleagues, and I think maybe a next step that might be good is that you take some of that feedback from the teachers of your thoughts on the board policy and then rewrite potentially. Thank you.
Thank you.
Much. I will point out something at least regarding the. I certainly can't answer all the others. As we're all processing this information tonight together. But regarding the Brown Act 72-hour posting, the agenda has to be posted and whatever documents technically just the item and a description have to be posted. If there's an amendment to an article, as long as the community and the board majority receives it at the same time, we are still in with the Brown Act. So just for you and for the board when updated, compliance with the board. Okay. All right. It is 9:46. Do you think we need to have a conversation while it's fresh so that there's some feedback takeaway before the night ends? And we do have, some closed sessions to touch. So, Trustee, I think we should probably do. Would you like to share your thoughts right now, or we extend? We can only extend per our bylaw with one motion, one time. Have to set our end time, and so order to facilitate a conversation, plus the student cases that we need to address, and because I would. Oh, please, yeah.
I just was thinking about the 50% that seems to be up for discussion. And I think where teachers are the experts in their field, they'd appreciate 50% wiggle room that they can grade how they see fit, especially hear anyone mention AI. I mean, essays, especially English, it's like dead. Chat GPT writes everything. So having discussions, participation in this room has to be a huge portion of the grade now. I think it's really important.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sharing thoughts. Okay, so would we like to extend it now, or do we want to have a chat, and then in a minute's time we address the extension?
Let's see what we got in a minute.
Okay. All right. Take it away, Trustee Underwood.
Well, I have a lot to say, and I don't think it's getting late. It's probably not the best time to say it, but what I can say is what I've heard tonight is going to take us many meetings, I think to resolve and come to a consensus. I really do. We're far from ready to find for a vote. We're not even close. But I do appreciate all the hard work that has been put into this to begin. But we got a long ways to go yet, I think.
You just for the committee perspective, because they're still the ones going to be working on this potentially. Could you highlight at least just some of the areas that you feel like should an area of interest from?
I will text you and tell you personally all the things that I feel uncomfortable, if that is what you would like.
It needs to happen in public.
I think it needs to happen in public, or maybe there is there
one board member can talk to another.
You could definitely tell me.
That's the saying, just no violation of the.
How are Tom and I going to find out about it?
Well,
So
you want me to start going in right now?
I'm saying I want to. I don't want to violate the Brown
If you'd like
Act.
to, I will.
I just think a couple key that you're concerned about.
A lot. First of all, I don't believe in failure. Failure is a stigma, and I think, as Glasser said, most of my beliefs I have experienced in my classroom after 39 years, and I've done CBE in classroom, and I've worked on Glasser's tenets. Glasser actually says grade should be an A or a B. He doesn't even believe in a C. You know, until a person has the opportunity to retake to meet the PLO's standards. Well, I think a C is quite appropriate, but I don't believe in a D, and we've already gotten rid of a D in the district, and we've already gotten rid of Fs in this district. It's been a lot of work just to get to that point. The point that one of the speakers made about a D, I think, is quite true. You pass it on. If it's a lower level class and you want to move on to a higher level class, person's a D, you do them a disservice because they haven't learned enough standards in PLO to be successful at the next level. I think it's very true. To me, what I'm most comfortable with, whether it's a 4-point scale, some teachers like it. I think a teacher does need flexibility. I think we have to be united as a district in terms of what we're doing, because that's what we are. You know, to me, if someone said, "What do you think is the best way?" I say 100-point scale, A, B, C, up to 3 no credits, up to 3 reach if needed. You know, no more than that, because it's got to be bottom line there, and incompletes with a no grade for the students. The F grade is really, I know what I've seen in my educational career, what F can do to some student, destroy all motivation. You know, you're going through, for example, and I've mentioned other board family problems or stuff, and parents being divorced, and you just aren't into your study, and all of a sudden, F, all these classes, you know. What's that going to do to your self-esteem? What's that going to do in terms of feeling empowered we can succeed? So I really believe that there's really not a place for D. and the district worked hard and long to get rid of that. With ABC, clear standards district-wide, giving students a chance to retake, to learn the standards. That's critical. And it was some students, because you are going to find some students say, I don't want to do anything. Okay, you got a no grade, you're not going to get that stigma. And then you can discuss that with them. I know I have many students. We were Platt High School, I've mentioned this many times, was using competency-based education 30 years ago, where we were giving students a chance to retake. I know what I saw, and experience. There was some students that would have gotten a D or an F, but we had gotten rid of D's as a professor. We're doing A, C, incomplete, and retakes. That's what we're doing. And it worked for me, it wasn't district-wide, all the sites not doing that, but we did that after. So there's a lot of things, and I appreciate your heart that you guys have done, really do, and we want community feedback. But if someone said, what are your base tenets? Whatever we decide on has got to be district-wide. A teacher does need flexibility in the classroom. And some things work really well for one teacher, and if you mandate that this is what you have to do, then you're actually taking away their creativity and their ability to be successful, I think. So I'm not sure how we're going to handle that, to have two different process going on throughout the district. I don't think we can do that. Yet I'm hearing teachers back here clearly saying, well, point scale works for me, and it works for me really well. You take that away from them, and what do we do in terms of them and their expertise and success classroom?
Number one,
Sure.
I always love your passion and it's from being 30 and 39 in the classroom, right? Which I don't have, and so I listen to you. But one thing I would clarify is that if a student doesn't pass the LO like described, if they don't pass it, let's December semester ends,
right?
Then they get the opportunity at that point to go retake not retake it, but bring that grade up from an incomplete up to the 65% number. If they don't, they have to retake. They have to retake class in order to move to, let's say, IM1 in order to move to IM2.
Right. If the student was close to meeting the standards, and I think policy would be you have to meet all the standards. Okay. If they're close enough at one or two standards, you don't put. I wouldn't want to say we're going to give them a D, we're going to give them an F. You give them an incomplete, and clearly let them know what they need to master within a period of time, say a 6-week period of time, okay, whatever that's going to be. If they choose not to do that in their time, have the opportunity, then they would get a no credit, and they would retake the class.
And so everyone hears this. This was my tough part, right? As I looked at the A through C, incomplete and no credit. To me, no credit is a nice way of saying failed the class. And that was the hard for me to say we're just calling it something else than an F. And is that really to help the trajectory of someone? Do they need to hit the bottom sometimes in order to come up? And that's where I was going back and forth with.
I think when we take a look at a teenager and realize that their frontal lobes are not developed until the age of 26,
sure.
We want to create a mindset or fear or feeling inadequacy that they can't succeed when we give them an F. Giving them a no credit. And, hey, you haven't done it. I wish you could have done it. Here's where you didn't master it. You tried, let's say they did 2 or 3 retakes. You're gonna have to read the class. But I know you're gonna succeed. I know. I see that.
But I can't say that. Even if I'm an F, can't we see positive in
I don't think so. I think the F, if you look at Glass's work, it destroys kids. Just write it in Glass or F grade and see what he says.
The other thing.
I'm going to pause for just a second because 9:57. I wanted to ask Dr. Kennedy, regarding the staff reports, are these time sensitive? I realize we have
They're willing to table.
They're willing to table.
Yes.
I wasn't sure if it needed to be approved. And this is first read and need.
Table it.
Is it compromise the fall schedule if we don't have a first anything? We're good.
Well, the textbook adoption, Michelle, is a second.
This is the
It's
second.
a two process, correct? Is this? Okay. So we'll be bringing it in at the next meeting, and if there's questions, it'll have to go to August, just so we.
Is that going to be a problem? See, that was my concern. It was like, I feel like this is time sensitive. This is first read, move to action. So I feel like we need a hit in order to, I know. So with that in mind, facility can be tabled. God bless you, Peter. And we can definitely table this conversation, bring it back on the 17th as well. I'd like to provide ask a couple questions, but before I do that, we need to extend the time order to have a brief staff report, textbook, and also make sure we can hit. I'd like to finish the agenda. That way we don't have to come back in 5 days to complete the agenda. Because we have public comment. We have four of them.
To extend.
We definitely need to extend the question, how long?
2 minutes.
That won't even cover our.
Yeah, that'll make it tight. I would say
12 minutes for the
'cause we
public
have to go
comment.
does that include closed session?
Yes.
No.
It does not.
No, just I think it's just our open 10, not closed session. Closed session can go till, but you have to come and report out.
So we're extending the meeting. Wouldn't that include the closed session and an extension?
I think the last time we did this was before I did in March.
Correct.
But we didn't have to go back into closed, so we only extended 10 minutes and then got out of here. And I feel like we just need to give ourselves a larger time and just expedient.
Let's say an hour to use it.
Okay, we don't have to use it, but that way we're safe.
Yep.
Okay. You want to make a motion?
We good with that? Okay.
It's fine.
Okay. Motion to extend the meeting.
Second.
By how long?
Oh, so sorry. Motion to extend the meeting by 1 hour.
Second.
Motion by Trustee Duncan to extend the meeting by 1 hour. It is 9:59, so that would be 10:59, Lucy. And it was seconded by Trustee Lake. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Hearing none. Motion passes. We're extending an hour, but it won't be that long.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Can I just say
please.
one thing? I'm happy to table this. I want to acknowledge the work and the hours that went into this. And I agree that we didn't get feedback from all the stakeholders. And I just want to put a word out to encourage the teachers who, I mean, if you had to put a number on it, what is it? Half of you don't speak up. We're hearing from, I feel like we heard strong proponents for the point system. And there are, I know that there's cases that have strong opinions on the side. I think it's really important that we hear from everybody. It's going to inform discussion. It's going to inform policy changes. So if you're one that just wants to not speak up, I strongly encourage you to, whether you shoot an email or something, we'd love to hear from everybody. And we're not the expert in policy up here, but it is our position at this time to gather a consensus and to really understand the plight of all teachers in our district and to understand what's working and what's not, and then to make a judgment on the best way forward. So, I mean, I've felt teachers who have painstakingly gone through those few years, and that the amount of time and effort that has gone into like adapt to the 4-point system and to adapt to the competency-based education, it's unbelievable. And so it is like heart-wrenching to say, oh, we're gonna just lead. I don't think that that's what we're trying to accomplish here. I love the idea of giving autonomy to teachers, and I know there's an argument to be made that there's benefits to having, uniformity, but at the end of the day, the teachers are the experts, and they should be able to make those decisions. I think this conversation is going to be ongoing. I feel like there was enough frustration which is why a lot of us are even up here today, is because of how this role went several years ago and the frustration that caused heavy on students and on parents and on teachers. So anyway, it's ongoing, and I appreciate everyone's effort, and I think that we all have the same goal. So I think we're gonna arrive at a good place. That's all I got.
And Emerson, I appreciate that. I think a couple key things. I'll be quick. I want to one thing with David, but the community spoke back in November, and about the things that we talked about tonight. And a majority of the community agrees with what we've asked tonight, right? And this discussion about the grading system. So I think that's a really important piece. And not everyone come board meetings, but I talk to people. You talk to people. We all talk to people in our community. Want nothing to do with this setting. They don't want to be here, right? There's a few people all the time, and I've gotten to know the Colfax teachers very well, and I really appreciate everything that you guys bring to the table because I've learned a ton. But to the other point, we can't speak to every teacher. We can't speak to every community member. It's just not possible. But I am proud of the sample size we were able to get. And that was represented in what you saw today. Number one goal was how simple can we make this at the same time without taking the integrity of what we're trying to do around student outcomes. And most I spoke to couldn't explain the past grading system. Their teachers could barely explain the past grading system. And look, the Cole folks, you guys are so ahead. It's so awesome to hear this. But David said what Jeremy struggled with, which was, I'll back up. Majority of during the augmentation in January, a majority of the departments went to a 100-point scale across the district. That's what we saw from the ATP. Majority of them did. The teachers we talked to did, and that's we given the choice. That's what they went back to for the most part. And as much as we grappled with, I want to be able to give every opportunity. David, you said it, and I think you said it. We have to have something district-wide.
Yeah.
Right?
I think so.
So that's the struggle. If you're going to do it district-wide, you can't give this group 4-point and this group up 100-point. That's the tough part about it. If we're all connected district-wide, better decision-making will come from it, right? In groups and what we're to build here. So yes.
I just want to touch on a couple of things, and then we're going to table this moving forward. I think that obviously have some more conversations about it. I think that's well established, and I think that the goal with gathering all information and taking this time to kind of assess where we're at is really important. We don't want the same issues to happen again, and I think all of us agreement that we want what's best for kids, and there's a lot of different ways that we can approach that. Some of my questions regarding the proposal, my understanding this has gone through legal. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So I think obviously we're not at a final draft, but I think that just looking at this. We probably need to send it through legal. I realize that the previous board policy did. Can we bring that up really fast? Oops. I'm trying to touch screen that and I can't. Sorry. The original. Not yet. Not the modified. So it did at the bottom of the board policy, which is changing drastically. The grading points of the superintendent or designee shall determine the methodology to be used in calculating student grade point averages, including the courses used in the GPA, and whether extra credit weighting shall be applied to schedule. You guys touched all of the things, and I was doing some digging legally. I would like to make sure that we're in compliance. I do not believe that that's a California Ed Code. That's just a part of this policy, but I want to make sure that we're safe in there. It is my understanding, I'll repeat it, that we're out of compliance with California by presenting that, but I would like a clarification from legal on that. And that also it is in the last stanza before the grade point average acknowledgement, that it also says the superintendent or designee shall establish a uniform and consistent grading system based on the standards with clearly articulated expectation to all the students get course. And so with those two things in mind, I am 100% very confident searching for Cal Ed Code, that actually that is just board policy. That's not California Ed Code. But I would like a clarification on the grade point as we continue to move this forward. Also, something that was that not have parents and students not have access to the full grade, just only seeing the grade. I want to make sure as like specific another bullet as far as transparency, because in grading, which is part of Cal Ed Code, and I think just someone could probably soften that, but I want to make sure we're in compliance legally. Those aspects, and we're going to talk about this later. So I don't believe we can. And as you were, you could share it with me. I had a conversation with Trustee Lake about it. So at this point, they're out and we're out. So you're a man on your island, or we violate the Brown Act. But I would just communicating with Steve. And I would urge all the board members to share their thoughts and feedback with Steve, because while he can't say where we're all at,
And I think it's both ways. I
Both
staff
ways.
would appreciate the opportunity to meet with Trustee Jeffries and Duncan to go over a list of questions that we have that we don't go through now, but we have quite a few.
Great. Okay, we're going to go ahead to staff report 11.1. This is the proposed adoption of textbook. And again, thank you for everybody who showed up and spoke up. Appreciate you. This is the adoption of textbook Way of the World for Del Oro High School District Library. Michelle Isham will be presenting this proposed text, and this is a first staff report. Action will be taken on this item.
Yep, perfect. Good evening, everybody. So this was a textbook selection for dual enrollment History 51, which is world history, and is the application is for Becky Dunkel at Del Oro. You should know this is a text that is previously adopted and is on our adopted list, but we do have a new edition which necessitates us go back to the board. I'm hoping that you will think it's prudent to go ahead and do this, the first look at it now, and then in the next 2 weeks, take action on it, simply because it'll allow Becky to have the materials in her hand when she starts school in the fall with her course. We have another textbook coming up though on the board meeting in June, which is probably not gonna hit. It also is a new addition to a board adopted text that we already have. But timing is everything. So,
can I ask you a couple questions?
Absolutely.
I know you're very thorough in these. So, one, has any member of the public reached out to look at this? This
is the first board
Thursday.
meeting, so
Okay.
that they can come in the course of those couple of weeks between this board meeting and the next one. You feel that that's prudent for the board to make that decision. Typically, we have a little bit of longer time.
Right.
The reason why I feel like it's going to be fine is just that it's a new edition of an already approved textbook that we have.
And last question, and I don't know if the other board members have any, but in your perusing through this document, do you feel there's anything problematic that the community is going to flag?
I have not actually had the actual textbook in my hand yet.
Okay.
However, having looked at the previous textbook, I didn't see any issues with it. And this has been a decision made by Rebecca in conjunction with the department, the history department at Sarah.
This is, enrollment.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
I was trying to research before and even now. What is the biggest difference between in this new edition?
That I cannot tell you because I haven't had the textbook in my hand yet.
Okay.
However, I can certainly work out at our next meeting to anything that's highlighted as significant with regards. Typically, I know the types of things that you're going to be looking for. And so I can highlight them for you, and I can reach out and send that information to the board before that. I believe this book is right over there, correct? So we just got our hot hand on it because everything was kind of
Sure.
rushed. But I will take a thorough look at it and contact publisher to find out. They usually generally have some sort of form that tells you what the app look like. And I know that this is, you know, a social science text, and so it can be problematic at sometimes. I would like, you know, obviously with DM, it being one of our instructors, it is board approved text that has to be processed. If it were a Sierra professor, we don't have any decision making in that.
Right.
Yeah, makes sense.
I have one more question.
Sure.
Sorry, guys. What is the cost associated with this new textbook?
100.
Thank you. Yeah, it's on the form. It's not too bad. Not too bad
Yeah,
as
not
far
too
as textbooks go.
We do with the old textbooks.
So old textbooks, we offer them for them at any of the other schools within our district. And then that information is provided to you, the board. If no one wants to use them, they are surplus. And that can be an issue with dual enrollment. That's why we are leaning heavily upon CR staff to use open educational resources as opposed to purchasing textbooks.
Yeah, I was crossing my fingers for that.
I know. Yeah, and you know, I think that this one's a pretty safe bet because Becky will be using her for quite a long time.
Okay.
But we typically would shy away from being textbooks for Sierra teachers because they can at will and on a whim change their textbooks.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
So Michelle, what class is this for?
It's for History 51.
History 51. Are there any other teachers in the district in History 51?
We do have 2 additional teachers in the district that are teaching History 51, Greg Robinson at Esser and Thomas Feck at Maidu. Both of them use educational OERs, so open educational resources.
Okay. So was it Mrs. Dunkel that made the decision that she would
Yes.
go the route of the textbook instead?
Yeah, the district never makes decisions on textbooks. They're always in the hands of teachers. And I did want to mention one thing. I know this is not on the agenda, but we are talking about a report with textbooks, that if there are any questions about the very, very extensive pilot that we did in over 12-month pilot for math and Alex, as well as the process that was led by Jamie Jackson in the decision with math, please reach out to us and let us know, because this was the longest pilot I've ever been involved in and the most extensive search and processing for math to make that decision. So I didn't know if, since you weren't here, you have any questions about it, Jamie, and I can help you.
I appreciate you saying that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All righty. Well, thank you very much.
Another
Just
couple
kidding.
questions. How long ago did Becky bring this to your attention that you wanted this textbook?
I think it was initially maybe a month ago. It was pretty fast. The other issue for us is just that, as you guys know, finances are an issue. So we had to make sure that we at least had some money to purchase it. I'm not sure if you know this, but because of budget constraints, basically our textbook money was funneled out to the sites, what is available. Enrollment's a little bit different because we do have some funds for dual enrollment, and Karen Garcia and I have been applying for money grants to help that cost as well. Placer just was awarded a grant, and then we're all looking at our early college grant, which hopefully will in quite a bit of money over the next 4 years. Yep, and I'll get that information to you about changes in the text.
Michelle, in her description for rationale, it emphasizes hard copy. Is the other version not a copy?
The older, open educational resources are generally hard copies.
They're just kind of.
And I think it was an issue with, these are probably sophomores that are taking this. And so she just felt in her expression to me was that it was really challenging for them to read online texts exclusively. We also have some physical copies whenever we do an adoption in case there are IEPs or 4s with accommodations that need a physical book.
Michelle, just to clarify, the book was adopted by the we purchase it after it was adopted, or did we just adopt it?
I'd have to look in Destiny
I
to
just was-
find out
okay.
where it was used, and that I didn't know. I just double checked that it was previously adopted.
Okay.
Um,
I was curious. I didn't know if we had those copies from the prior edition, or if we ever purchased them. So
I'm gonna say no, but we'll have to double check because, I mean, I'm digging around in these books all the time, so I don't remember coming across it.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we're gonna bust through public comments.
Yep, right here.
Benjamin, I think it's Dickinson, something. Morganderson as well is on deck. Followed by, I'm gonna pronounce this wrong, Lemus. Right? Mills. Mills. Thank you. And Alicia Watkin.
I'd like to be added. I haven't done
You don't have the blue card. Okay, we're good.
For my battery dies, I wanted to share the
Oof.
pick with you guys. Our topic today. Get to what this is about. So my son attends Colfax School. He is autistic, has a IEP. You know, what I love about my son is that his brain, the way it works, he doesn't deal with social stuff, right? He has hair up to here and crazy clothes. I love him. He decided to go out to the football team, never play sports to stay in his life, and excelled. Started the first year he was playing football, and the whole time I had no idea that he was being bullied, and just whipped and called names, and he had no idea that wasn't normal. He thought these were his friends, and when it was brought to my attention, you know, I did contact the school and with the coaches about it. And the sad thing is his coach is actually his person in charge of me at the school too. So I thought he was in good hands. That being said, the investigation done, because not only was he physically and verbally assaulted, he was also sexually assaulted by members. And then the district decided to downgrade that to sexual harassment, so they could conduct a Title IX investigation to alert all the members that is filing a complaint against them, which gave them time to lawyer and kind of stifled the investigation by the Placer County Sheriff's Department. So, Shane Steinbeck was in charge of it, as was Jesse Raybeck Bonita and Trent Wilson. You worry about your costs for attorneys. If anybody was treated the way I was, I'm not surprised that you guys are being sued as much as you are. I haven't sued you. I just wanted an apology. I wanted things to be right. I wanted things to be changed. And every time we deal with the district, Mr. Wilson in general, it's a confrontation. We leave you. I think the thing that was stated to me last time we talked was that I had the camera crew following my son around to prove that these things are happening, because it's always, if this happened, here's how we handle it. I have video, pictures, all of that was submitted to the district, and it's been done. Trent Wilson, even though the Office of Education said not move forward with this because your investigation is flawed, he moved forward with it, gave us a determination before Christmas that my son had to do some restore program because he was the aggressor, not these other students. He reported it, and that picture was them threatening to kill him. There's multiple videos and pictures and threatening to kill him. He came forward with, and so now we're having to go to this restore program.
Thank you for being here. Morgan, followed by Isla Mills.
Hello, board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Morgan Dickerson, and I'm the mother of Gabe Dickerson, a student at Colfax High School who happens to have autism. When Gabe started high school, he faced tremendous challenges navigating social environment. He didn't have friends. He had a cell phone, but the only people who ever called were his family. His hair stood nearly 1.5 feet high, as he refused to cut it for several years. We tried once to get him to trim, and he cried and had a meltdown at the barber shop. The more we got up cutting his hair, the longer it seemed to grow. In some ways, the amount of courage it took to act different was incredible. Then, toward the end of his freshman year, something unexpected had happened. Over dinner one night, Gabe told us that he wanted to join the football team. We were shocked, but we supported him. At the summer practice schedule, he started lifting weights. He ate protein. He got up early. For the first time, it felt like we had a neurotypical teenager, confident, focused, sitting up straight. He stood straighter, he spoke more clearly, you could tell he felt like he belonged. And one day, he emerged from his bedroom and his hair was gone, or at least so, compared to what it was. He had severed ties with what seemed like an old enemy to emerge into his new. For the first time in high school life, Gabe belonged. He was one of the guys. And then we came to learn that as he was preparing to play varsity football this past season, he was suffering bullying, harassment, and assaults. If you've watched Love on the Spectrum, you'll notice the adults living with autism need breaks and support when they get overstimulated, as attacks can quickly follow. You'll also find they regularly repeat language they don't fully comprehend or use forms of speech out of context. On that show, our family and friends and producers to calm the situation, redirect and provide proper context. Colfax, Gabe was left to suffer and was met with wings from teammates, abhorrent language, threats to his life, and disgusting pictures and videos were sent to him. Much of this he found on his phone months after it had occurred. He was dealing with all of this alone. And the actions of Colfax High School and the district have only caused further pain. Thank you.
LaMills, followed by Alicia.
Items of discussion from your consent agenda was regarding the desire to lower the cost of legal representation. Ironic knowing that many of the losses monitor the likelihood of litigation of their clients based upon policies. Then you proceeded to have multiple items on your agenda that unnecessarily increases the likelihood of litigation. So, in the case of the family that just spoke, improper investigations, poor execution of policy and laws will definitely increase litigation. The prevalence of autism in various spaces like entertainment, shows, she mentioned Love on the Spectrum, has allowed community and society to become more aware. In that same context, more knowledge is available to the general public, and educators should be more aware themselves of the nuances. At the very least, they should be seeking more information about autism, since they're more likely to interact with students that are autistic. That family was old in an awful way, and there's still time to correct it. But then I get to the fact a child living with autism would face the treatment of the Dickerson family is just a shame. The reflection on you, board, comes directly through what's happening at schools. It's also a reflection of the children being raised in your community, what the adults schools will allow. Earlier in your presentation, you mentioned that PUHSD affirms unwavering support Title IX. Please be advised that Title IX in its whole is an equity program, and disabilities falls under that as well. Lastly, I'm going to jump on a couple things that you all mentioned. There was a question regarding the academic preparation and the grading. I just want to encourage all of you to go and take a look at your LCAP. All right? That's what I was reading for that 50+ minutes. And it will specifically show you and how you can measure and things that actually make a difference. I'm sorry to tell you, but those slides in that 50 minutes didn't help a single student that's still struggling on your LCAP. It didn't help your SED, your WD. It didn't help your RFVP. It didn't help any of those groups to actually help you as a district increase your overall scores, which is what we're after. which will actually bring opportunities for additional scholarships, additional dollars, and other things. So focusing on managing teachers, along with not handling things or doing things to make more litigation, and ignoring students with autism doesn't reflect very well on you as a board. I encourage you to think differently. Thank you.
Thank you for time. Alicia.
Hi, Board. I want to start by offering an apology to Mr. Jeffries because I did have apparently some misinformation about your teaching credential, and unfortunately my source checking credentials, it appears, is no longer transparent to the public. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I'll look into that. So I apologize for that misinformation. I still have questions about the campaign, but that for later. I'm scrapping what I was going to say because of the Brave parents just shared their situation at Colfax High School. Myself, I'm a graduate of Colfax, class of 97 Falcons. I was not allowed to walk for graduation. I did graduate, I did get a diploma, but I wasn't allowed to. And the reason was excessive absences and low grades. And then when I had that was sophomore year, I tried to kill myself on campus. And of course I survived, but no support, there was no therapy, there was no addressing the situation. And then my sophomore year, my senior year, excessive drug use, no therapy, no support for that because nobody even asked. In my senior year, went through a trial to put my father in prison, succeeded. But that's why I had low grades. That's why I had excessive absences. And at that time, 3 years ago, almost, old, there weren't wellness centers. There weren't really counselors per se. There wasn't really some emotional learning. There wasn't really that kind of support that every kid needs. Because every kid through different trials and situations. People in family die, people in their family abuse them, people in their family become homeless. I knew easily and people who were used by their own parents in different ways: physical, emotional, sexual, financial. That's why we take steps forward to support kids. That's why when brave kids like this come forward, and this is what's happening to my child, and I need the full weight and support of the district and the staff and the teachers and everybody. Everybody should have red flags going up right now and say, what can we do to support this situation? And I'll tell you one of the things that you can do. And that's because my son has been in the AUS district, and now he's in the PUHSD district. I was site council and PTA for years, Burnell and EV Kane before all the chaos happened. And the one thing that I've noticed, and my mom used to be a teacher at a continuation school, was that we don't suspend and we don't expel because it makes the numbers look bad. Especially if the bullies are on which teams. That's something that needs to be a priority above Title IX, above DI, above book banning, above everything else. We need to accept the fact that there are toxic students that are being allowed to stay on campus because we want our district and we don't want our county to look bad. And I understand it, but it needs to change. Thank you for your time.
All righty. That's our public comment. Nope, just kidding. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. I got real stuck on blue card up here.
And everybody wants to go home,
perfect.
so I'm going to be
You're
quick.
good. You're good.
Again, I'm Sharon Malley Braken, 2 kids graduated from Colfax, former employee. Clearly a newbie to this, which is why I asked a question I wasn't supposed to and do a blue card for standing here, but I'll know for next time. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, but I wanted to tell you I'm really moved by what I've seen, and I'd like to quickly explain why. I am now planning to come to every single board meeting indefinitely, and I'm coming forward as a concerned citizen of the world, this community, and as a advocate for children, all children. And I'm currently in training Brown Act. I'm also in training as an observer and a monitor of public board meetings, public school board meetings. And I am likely joining forces with a group called School Strong. And something that struck me tonight is it's very interesting to hear different points of view, especially ones I agree with. That's what our world needs, right? There's too much vision. But the number of times I heard board members say, I think, I believe, it's my opinion, and it's concerning to me. And I'm getting the sense that there are people here who may have their own agendas. And I'd really like to do is encourage the board to review your job descriptions and have fidelity to your job descriptions. Make sure that every single decision you make, and you've worked really hard. There's a lot of people here who have worked hard and are very passionate, and I'm grateful for that. Make sure that everything that you do relates to your job description and represent your communities, not just your own beliefs, your own political aspiration, whatever it may be. And I'll know more because I'll know you more as I come into all these meetings, like you. There's one question that I have going way back to the beginning, but this is just for starters because honestly my head is spinning. And by the way, meetings always so long because I've committed to coming to every one of these. I'm a little concerned. Back to, I think it was BP 4000, but I don't even know what just happened to that, but the idea that trustees there's going to be one invited to every interview. Literally, I'm sure that's a nightmare for a department that's probably already really stretched. But I'm wondering why? What end? Are you going to have a role in the decision making? Are you going to be representing yourself or your community? What's the real intention of doing that? Is it the best of your time? You're already so busy and you're doing all this work. I'd like clarification. At some point, I'm not asking a question, but why? What's your agenda wanting to be involved in those interviews? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're going to touch 13 board calendar announcement correspondence. Obviously, we've got a board meeting in 2 weeks and a school board meeting on the 2nd. And Superintendent O'Malley first day is on the 1st, so that would be a good opportunity for us to work on some goal setting and setting the stage for this year. And that being said, thank you. My apologies. This was a long one. I appreciate your time. We're going to recess back to closed at this time. So please get home safely.
And we have to return back for...
And then we return back to... back from closed session at 10:01. And we will be item 3.4.1, stipulated expulsion 0711P 24/2025. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
I second.
We have a motion by Duncan, a second by trustee Underwood. All in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes 4-0. Item 3.4.2, stipulated extension 0899 DO 24/2025. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Duncan. Second by Jeffries. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0. All right, moving to our final item of the agenda, 14, adjournment. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Duncan, second Underwood. All in favor say
Aye. Aye.
aye. All opposed?
Thank you, guys. Thanks, everyone.
We're out of here. 4-0.
It's 7:42.
We're getting out of here.